Oh, I like your gavel.
Thank you. It's a pair of scissors on my desk. So I am now calling to order the Planning Commission meeting of August 25th, 2001. If you could all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, and I would appreciate if the rest of you put it on mute, I'll read it aloud. Okay? All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Can we remain standing for the statement of values? And my apologies to my fellow commissioners and the public tonight. We've had some issues with cyberspace. So Commissioner Hero, are you able to hear me and read the statement of values?
I am able to hear you. However, I do not have the statement of values.
Oh dear.
Right.
You don't?
I don't. I may have been sent them, but I don't know what I did with them.
Chair Biagini, this is Elizabeth. I could read the statement of values if you'd like.
Please do so, Elizabeth, and I thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you, Elizabeth. We can seat ourselves, and if you could please call the roll, Elizabeth.
Chair Biagini,
Present.
Commissioner Chirukuru is absent. Commissioner Hero,
Here.
Commissioner Wang,
Here.
Commissioner Akazi,
Present.
Commissioner Salam,
Here.
Commissioner Bhatnagar.
Here.
Thank you.
And I would entertain a motion at this point to excuse Commissioner Chirukuru this evening. She is under the weather.
I move to excuse.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. So if you could put that motion up on the screen, Elizabeth, and then we can do the voting.
The motion is to excuse Commissioner Chirukuru. Chair Biagini,
Yes.
Commissioner Hero,
Yes.
Commissioner Wang,
Yes.
Commissioner Akazi,
Yes.
Commissioner Salam,
Yes.
Commissioner Bhatnagar.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion
Okay.
passes.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And I wanted to start off tonight, prior to the declaration of commission procedures, to thank my colleagues on the Planning Commission for the honor and privilege of serving as chair for this next 12 months. I also wanted to make the comment that it's big shoes to fill from our previous chair, Lance Salam. And I would like to keep some of the same guidelines without any objections that we had in the past year, which was when it comes to commissioner questions, we hold ourselves to 3 questions each for round 1, and then we can circle back to round 2 if you had more than 3 questions. And I'm also hoping that we can endeavor to end our meetings at 10 p.m. This is in deference to those on the commission and those in the public that perhaps had a long day at work, could use a little family time and a good night's sleep. We will endeavor to end at 10 o'clock. And if it looks like we're getting close to that or may go over, we'll take it up at that point. But what I'd like to do is keep the great momentum that our previous chair, Salam, did with meetings that were timely, run smoothly, transparent, and everybody gets the opportunity to speak their piece. So that said, let me read the declaration of commission procedures. Actually, Commissioner Hero, I'll have you read them if you have them.
I do not, Chair.
Okay,
My
Uh,
apologies. I think that I was sent them and I must have misplaced them.
that's okay. I think we're all fall victim to the cyber gods during Zoom sessions, and hopefully within the next 12 months, we can once again meet in person. I do have them, so I'll read them, and I don't know if, I'll go ahead and read them. We'll make sure you get them next time, okay? All right, so public hearings. Public hearings are conducted by the chair in accordance with the following procedures. The chair of the commission directs all activity during the hearings. All comments shall be addressed to the commission. Any item on this agenda may be continued to a subsequent hearing. Applicants will be allotted up to 10 minutes to present and justify proposals following staff presentation of the item. Other speakers will be given up to 2 minutes. The applicant is allowed up to 5 minutes for rebuttal of comments. In addition, no additional comments will be accepted upon the close of the public hearing, although the commission does reserve the right to direct any questions to any speaker on any matter. Special procedures, time limits, may be applied to any items as prescribed by the chair. And finally, appeal of commission actions must be filed in writing within 7 calendar days. Okay, now that said, let me move on to the issue of the copies of our current agenda and staff reports. For each of the items on the agenda, they're available from the Planning Division office on the Friday afternoon prior to the meeting and are also available online, City of Santa Clara web. If you go or Google Planning Commission, you'll find them. As far as continuance and exceptions, that's the part of the meeting that allows for applicants, members of the public, or other interested parties to request an item be 1, continued without hearing, 2, withdrawn, or 3, taken out of order. That said, since we're at that part of the agenda, are there any request applicants, the public, or the commission for a continuance or exception for any of the items on tonight's agenda?
Chair Biagini, there are no requests.
And I see no hands raised, so I will continue. Now, just a heads up, the Planning Commission does have 7 members, but whenever the full commission is not present, like tonight, applicants do have the option to continue their item to another meeting. I don't know if we have any requests for that, Elizabeth?
No, we do not.
Okay, so then let's move to the next item on the agenda, which is the consent calendar. The procedure for the consent calendar is as follows. Consent calendar items may be enacted, approved, or adopted by one single motion unless requested to be removed by anyone for discussion or explanation. If any member of the Planning Commission, staff, the applicant, or a member of the public wishes to comment on a consent calendar item or would like the item to be heard on the regular agenda, this is the time to make that request now. Items listed on the consent calendar with associated file numbers constitute public hearing items. So what we have on the consent calendar tonight are 5 items. 1A is the Planning Commission meeting minutes of July 12th, 2021, which was a special meeting. 1B, action on a use permit for ABC license type 41 for Taqueria La Veracruzana restaurant at 1205 El Camino Real. 1C, Planning Commission 2022 calendar of meetings. 1D, action on variances to minimum interior side yard and rear yard building setbacks at 794 Park Court. And item 1E, action on a variance to the minimum side corner yard building setback at 343 Kellogg Way. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
And a second?
Sure,
Second.
I'll second.
Sorry, who
Okay.
made who seconded the motion? Commissioner Salam?
Commissioner Salam.
Okay, by a nose.
All
I just
right.
wanted to make sure that our new commissioners had an opportunity to participate in the process, so I tend not to try and jump in too quickly.
Feel free to second a motion or make a motion to our new folks. All right.
The motion is to approve the consent calendar. Chair Biagini,
Yes,
Commissioner Hero,
Aye.
Commissioner Wang,
Yes.
Commissioner Ikezi,
Yes.
Commissioner Salam,
Yes.
Commissioner Bhatnagar.
Yes.
Thank you. And the motion passes. Thank you.
motion passes. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you,
and-
everyone.
And let me say this, take the privilege of the chair to make a brief comment. I really want to thank the excellent staff we have at the city. For those that are watching tonight, I have to tell you, we have fabulous staff that supports all of us commissioners up here. You may not see them, you will occasionally hear them, but they do a yeoman's job or yeowoman's job of keeping us on track. Thank you, Elizabeth. All right, public presentations. Is there anyone who would like to address the commission for items briefly that are not on tonight's agenda?
We have no requests.
No requests? Okay, then we will move to, we're moving right along here. I want to make sure I'm tracking myself on the agenda. We're moving into the public hearing. So we have 3 items on the public hearing agenda. We'll start with the first one, number 2, which is a use permit to allow construction of a 396-room hotel, on-site alcohol beverage sales, which is a type 47 license, and live indoor music entertainment at 312 Brokaw Road and 1240 and 1290 Coleman Avenue. Staff, can you please proceed with your presentation?
Thank you, Commissioner Biagini, and good evening, commissioners. Tonight, we're reviewing a proposal for a new hotel at 312 Brokaw Road, 1240 and 1290 Coleman Avenue. It is a 1.7 acre site consisting of 3 separate parcels under single ownership. It has a general plan designation of Santa Clara Station Area Regional Commercial, and is this area, as it is in the focus area, sees this as a gateway into the city. Its vision is to expand the city's economic base with development of high-intensity office, hotel, residential, and retail uses that also support existing and planned transit facilities. The zoning designation is light industrial, which is intended for manufacturing, fabricating, assembly uses, and office uses. The properties comprise, as I said, 3 parcels. They are developed, as you see here. Oh, you can see my arrow. Okay, with the 3 one-story commercial buildings unoccupied at this time, totaling approximately, I've got a new number here, 16,912 square feet of commercial, and surface parking around each of the buildings and perimeter landscaping. The proposal is to demolish the buildings, existing buildings, as you see here, for redevelopment of the site. Here is the property to the north. It was an air van rental facility. The property to the at the southeast corner of the project site here at 1240 Coleman was previously a restaurant, and to the southwest is 1290 Coleman, which was also a restaurant. The applicant is Mogul Hospitality Partners. They are applying for a use permit to construct a 396-room, 6-story hotel with on-site alcohol beverage sales and service. This is a type 47 ABC license and an indoor live music entertainment that would occur occasionally. And that would be processed with a entertainment permit. The project also includes zoning administrator review of modifications for stacked mechanical lift parking arrangement, reduce parking from 396 stalls down to 298, and an increase in the building height from 70 feet to 86 feet. The rendering to your right here is a perspective of the proposed hotel. The project hotel is 211, 1,645 square feet at a 2.7 FAR. It is 5 stories over a hotel lobby, parking, and amenity space. It will contain 206 extended stay hotel rooms, 190 limited service hotel rooms, hence the Santa Clara dual brand hotel format. Shared indoor and outdoor dining amenities, and these are shared between the two types of occupancy in the hotel. Guest and employee valet parking of all vehicles, and it also includes electrical vehicle charging stations. I'm going to breeze through the floor plans and elevations as the applicants have their presentation to follow, and they could provide more detail as to how the extended and limited service hotel product is divided and distributed throughout the hotel. But you can see that this is the ground floor, the first floor, and this is where the mechanical parking occurs and where the valets would park the cars as they come in, as well as the amenity spaces. Outdoor dining, it includes the bar lounge area, hence the application for the ABC license and entertainment license, and meeting space. On the second floor, there's amenity space for the guests that include outdoor spa and pool, lounge area, and a recreation exercise room. And these are typical floor plans for the 3rd through the 6th floor that you can see is open to below on top of that lounge, pool, spa area. This is just a roof plan. All the mechanical equipment will be screened from public view along the right-of-way. It will be has the potential to be wired for future photovoltaic panels. These are the prospective elevations. This project will be going to design review hearing following Planning Commission. It does include, I want to point out, this is a real advantage of the proposal is that it undergrounds the overhead facilities, including not just SVP, but PG&E lines and cable lines. So that kind of reduces the visual clutter that is out there at this intersection. The project does include landscape improvements, as you see in the photo renderings. It does include complete streets. We still have utility issues along the frontage, but we are able to, while typically we would like to get trees along in the landscape setbacks of the separated sidewalk, we'll have a dense planting of shrubs and other plant materials, and then it'll be sidewalk and trees, because while they're underground, there are still placement issues. For your information, in accordance with city policy for public outreach, there was a noticed community meeting that was conducted on July 20th back in 2020. We did do 1,000 foot notification. There were 15 participants. The applicants provided the presentation, and we did receive comments from the public on design, noise, traffic, and timing of development. We did receive favorable comments regarding the design, and the noise and traffic were primarily related to construction and then operations. So the applicant was able to elaborate on those points of discussion. The project was required to undergo CEQA review, and initial study and mitigated negative declaration were prepared and circulated for 30 days. I identified potential impacts, environmental impacts that mitigation measures had been identified for to reduce those potential impacts to less than significance. There's a mitigation monitoring and reporting plan that comes along with the project, with the CEQA document. And we did receive one comment letter from Lazau and Drury, a law firm representing local Union 207, I believe, on their behalf. The letter was submitted. The responses to comments were prepared and attached to your staff report. We can discuss any questions you might have. I'd like to point out the project considerations for the project approval is that it is located on a heavily traveled corridor and gateway into the city. So it is compatible and consistent with the policy set forth in the station area focus plan. It's supportive of the economic and transit policies, and it will serve local and regional businesses and recreational travel with proximate access to air travel. It's about less than 0.2 miles to the San Jose International Airport, but heavy rail service and bus transit. This is within a quarter mile of the planned BART station at Brokaw and at the terminus of Brokaw to the south. And it is also accessible to the bus transit station via the pedestrian undercrossing that is presently constructed in operation. As I stated before, the project includes the undergrounding of utilities, improves the aesthetics of the streetscape, and includes on-site services and amenities. And once again, the mitigation measures have been identified and incorporated into the project to reduce potential adverse impacts to less than significant. So staff's recommendation is to adopt a resolution to approve the mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and adopt a resolution to approve a use permit to allow the 396 room proposed hotel along with alcohol, beverage sales and service and live indoor entertainment at the project site. That concludes my presentation. The applicant team is here this evening. Kurt Jensen from the applicant team will be providing the presentation, but we do have the environmental consultants that prepared the CEQA document available for any questions as well. And I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Debbie. Let's see if we have some questions from the commissioners. I see Commissioner Ikezi has her hand up.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really excited to see this. This is like the first big project that we see in a long time. I'm really happy to see this application. Very excited. I think I'd like to ask how my fellow commissioners feel about this, but I think this is the first project where the MND was prepared under the new set of rules about traffic. I tried to read the MND see how the decision was made to turn this into an MND, but you know, it's all new to me. So if my fellow commissioners feel it's okay, then I'd like to ask the person who did the environmental study to kind of quickly walk us through the how the traffic analysis was done and how the MND conclusion was drawn.
I think Commissioner Hero has his hand up as well, but I'm wondering, Ricky, if it's okay with you, we can get the comments that Commissioner Ikezi is looking for first.
That'll be fine.
Okay.
So we have Gary Black of Hexagon Transportation Consultants and Doug Herring from Environmental Consultant. Probably would turn over this for the analysis of the VMT versus LOS to Gary. He could explain that, and then how this was all determined to have, that Doug could pipe in, as well as to how this was determined that an ISMND was the appropriate document.
Okay, thanks, Debbie. Gary Black with Hexagon Transportation Consultants. And the new, yes, you're correct that for environmental review for transportation, we look at vehicle miles traveled, VMT now, instead of levels of service. So one of the guidelines for doing VMT analysis looks at the location of the project relative to transit service, and projects that are within a half mile of a major transit station or major bus stop are considered to have a less than significant impact on VMT. And this particular site is less than a half mile from the existing Santa Clara Caltrain station and future, or not Caltrain station, but yeah, Caltrain station and future BART station, and also several bus routes that converge there. And the connection is via an underpass at the end of Brokaw Road. Because the project is within a half mile of that major station, then the transportation impact is considered less than significant.
Thank you, Gary. Doug?
That's it. That's it. That's all it took. In this
Okay.
instance.
Sounds good. Then let's move to Commissioner Hero. You had a question? Comment?
Yes, Chair. So this is for staff. Do we know when the last hotel was constructed in City of Santa Clara?
I think that's probably a good question for Gloria. I think we had one on Lakeside
Yeah, we
or
actually had two.
Tannery or Peterson. I'm not sure.
We had two on Lakeside and then another one on, I believe, either Stevens Creek. So TK. So we've had a few in the last few years, but there have been two on Lakeside.
I think that the ones that were constructed, are they of the same size as this one? This one seems to be quite a bit larger.
I think because there's a combination of between the extended stay and the typical short stay term, that may be a reason, but the applicants can respond to that. But some of the other ones, they've been, I believe, about 186 rooms, around their 190 rooms. And then we're getting, I think the Biltmore was refurbished as well. So, but we have had a few new ones, but it was pre-pandemic.
So in my opinion, this city's in desperate need of some live entertainment and some live music venues. And I'm extremely excited about the prospect of bringing more live entertainment to the city. Do we know how many live music and entertainment permits are currently in existence in the city?
I'm not aware of the number. The police department is the department that processes that entertainment permit. It's not planning. That's something that we account for. Those numbers we'd have to obtain them from the police department.
Understood.
So, and if I could just give a little bit more information. Once the city issues a live entertainment permit, and that's a use permit process, that's through the zoning code. The police department conducts, an intelligence report and does require certain types of businesses to renew annually or for special events. So it may not apply to everybody, that there may be live entertainment venues out there, but businesses such as karaoke, businesses, things like that do have to provide annual information, that kind of thing. So it might not be exactly, coincide with the number of use permits that we have for live entertainment. And again, if someone is not utilizing the live entertainment for a period of 12 months or more, then it actually is voided. So there is an expiration if you don't continue. And that's some of what we've seen in the past. So, But typically the live entertainment uses that we've been granting over the last few years are really smaller venues. So there's kind of like a
Right.
there's like a wine and paint company that came to us for a live entertainment. And there's been some other smaller venues. It hasn't been the larger scale, like night
Right.
type of uses.
I think that most of them are probably nightclub type stuff, Normandy House and a few of the other nightclubs in the city. And the only drawback, I'm in support of the project. The only drawback that I can see is losing the 2 restaurants. I know that there's some historical value in the old Coleman Still and Lily Mays as well. I don't know how successful those businesses have thrived over the years. I know they've changed hands quite a few times. It's just that after being here your whole life, you're used to seeing those buildings and those restaurants, and it'll be kind of sad to see them go. But I'm really excited at the prospect of bringing a nice hotel. I mean, it looks maybe not necessarily luxury hotel, but it does look a whole lot better than some of the stuff we've currently that we currently have on El Camino. Yeah, so I will be in support of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hero. Let me make a comment or two and I'll come back to you, Commissioner Ikezi. I want to echo the concerns you had, Commissioner Ikezi, and thank you to Gary for the traffic explanation. I also want to echo your sentiments, Commissioner Hero, about seeing 2 places I remember from many years ago saying goodbye, but happy that it looks like a good hotel, a nice place in the right location by a transit hub with the ability to have live entertainment. And I'm also going to just make a quick comment that I was very happy to read in the responses to comments that in the unique placement of this hotel in the city of Santa Clara, I'm glad there was outreach to the Office of Historic Preservation and the California Native American Heritage Commission. That concludes my comments for now. Commissioner Ikezi, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. So this proposed project is near across the street from another hotel that's supposed to come up. During the COVID, the applicant for that piece of land came back and said they'd like to push out the construction of hotel until other buildings are built up because of the COVID. And I was looking forward to that because it was supposed to have like a rooftop bar. But anyway, I don't know when the applicant proposes to break grounds if this project were to be approved. But as far as the staff is aware, which hotel do you think will be built first if this were to be approved?
Well, I could respond about that. We have yet to, that's in phase 2. The Gateway Crossings project is approved to be constructed under their amended development agreement in phase 2. So that is several years down the line. And the time that application came through, we were just starting with COVID and the significant hit to the transportation, hospitality industry. So this one has come in a little bit after. I believe their intent is to start right away, but we will let the applicants speak for themselves on that. Right. They can talk about timing of the project.
And a second quick question, the mechanical lifts for the parking space, how many lifts are there going to be and how many cars are going to be handled by the lifts?
All of them. So
all 300, almost 300?
I think it was 200. Is that something the applicant can tell us?
Oh, it's 200. Oh, am I muted? No, 298 spaces, and all of which are mechanical lift parking spaces.
In the parking structure?
Yeah. Yes.
Wow. Okay, thank you.
And they have a slide that they're going to discuss regarding the parking lifts to explain that further.
Oh, thank you.
How that functions.
Thank you.
Okay, I
Uh,
yield.
Commissioner Salem, thank you, Yuki.
Okay, so my suggestion is we hear their presentation because a lot of the questions I've been keeping in reserve are going to be answered only by what they have to say. So it's just suggesting we move to that.
Great point, Lance.
Let's go ahead and have them proceed.
Yeah, the applicant, you have 10 minutes. Love to hear from the applicant now.
Yes, good evening. Hey, my name is Brad Wagstaff. I am the CEO of Mogul Hospitality Partners. Thank you very much, Chairman Biagini and Planning Commissioners, for your time this evening. We have a short presentation, but just want to thank our development team who's on the line here, Rachel and Boyd, our design team, Kurt Jensen from JDA, Mike Limica, and then our CEQA team, Doug Herring. And also want to thank the city, Chair Biagini. I completely agree. You have fantastic staff there. So want to thank our planner, Debbie Fernandez, and also City Attorney Xander Abbey. So thank you very much for getting us here. So we'd like to turn the time over to our architect to go over the design and then go through that process. So Kurt Jensen, I'll turn this over to you, and then happy to come back and address the questions that have been posed by the planning commissioners. Kurt, are you on, or the JDA team, Angelina or UK?
So Kurt has just been promoted. Kurt, you should be able to share your screen.
So, well,
Can you hear me now?
oh, there we go. Yep.
Okay.
Thanks, Kurt.
And we want to get UK. UK's got the visuals. Is there a way to get him invited to this? UK King?
Yes, UK has also just been promoted.
Yeah, thank you. Technology. Okay. UK, can you bring up your presentation? There you go.
Okay, here we go. Okay, sorry.
Can we reset the clock?
Please do. I was just going to mention that, Elizabeth.
Okay, give us just 1 second.
Thank you.
Okay, there we go. Okay. Debbie, thanks for the introduction, and Brad, who's the owner of Mogul Hospitality Partners, for weighing in. We work with Mogul on many projects, and we're very excited about this one. We just want to take a few minutes to share our design presentation. Some of that was presented by Debbie, but we want to maybe elaborate a little further. On the call, like Brad said, is Brad, and then Rachel Lambert, who's Vice President of Construction. I'm Kurt Jensen, the principal at Jensen Design Architects, along with Angelina Dimitrova, who's our Senior Project Manager, UK King, who's our design principal, CEQA consultant, Doug Herring, and the traffic engineers from Hexagon. Also, we have our attorneys from Holland and Knight, Marnie Sussman and Deborah Bundy. So tonight, we are excited to present our dual brand hotel project for the Planning Commission here. A dual brand hotel will consist of 2 types of hotel guest rooms. One is a short stay, suitable for a business traveler, and also an extended stay, more suitable for longer stays that accommodate tourists or travelers with families. Both hotel types will share the common features of the hotel, such as the lobby, food and beverage, and the outdoor pool area. This hotel will consist of 6 stories with a total of 396 guest rooms and 298 parking stalls, located at the northeast corner of Brokaw and Coleman. While the brand of the hotel is still undecided, it will be a quality product ranging in the 3+ star category. The hotel will also be designed to meet the 2021 requirements for Cal Green. As Debbie mentioned, we are asking for 2 minor modifications tonight. One, we are asking for a reduction in the parking from 396 to 298 stalls. We feel strongly that the parking demand will be lessened for this hotel due to a lot of arriving and departing hotel customers who will be using the shuttle or ride share, along with using the nearby light rail and BART station. The other minor modification request is for an increase in height from 70 feet to 86 feet. Although we're adding 16 feet to the height, we feel that even with the additional height, the building fits well contextually with the massing of the proposed new developments nearby. Both minor modifications are within the 25% variance allowed for this zone. Okay, next slide.
Yep.
As you can see from this slide, the hotel is located closely to some key areas of Santa Clara and San Jose. Some of these key areas include the San Jose Airport, Santa Clara University, the Quakes Soccer Stadium, the Giants Football Stadium, and the new BART and Caltrain stations. Also, directly across Coleman will be the proposed Gateway Crossings, which is included in our renderings that we will show later. Due to this great location, the hotel will serve both local community and regional areas, bringing business and tourists to the hotel, which in turn will be supporting a myriad of businesses in the nearby community. This slide, and go to the next slide. This slide shows the existing condition of the site. The proposed hotel will be an infill development that is consistent with the general plan policies of this area of Santa Clara. Next slide. Okay, this slide shows two views of the site, showing both the existing condition and the other with a rendering of the proposed hotel in the same view. Please note that the power lines along both Coleman and Brokaw will be going underground. This slide shows the site plan that shows landscaping and outdoor plazas, the first floor of the hotel, the mechanical parking stalls, and the vehicle circulation of the hotel. As you can see, the idea for vehicle circulation is for guests arriving by either their car or ride share, enter the site off of Coleman where they will load or unload. And 100% of the parking will be valet. The hotel will also offer a shuttle to and from the airport 24/7. The 3-tier mechanical stack parking system will allow for 3 times the parking on this site. At least 20% of the stalls will include systems for electrical vehicle charging. The owner and design team work very closely with the city departments to get this hotel to meet the requirements and issues of the site. Some of these requirements we overcame, including resolving design conflicts along both Coleman and Brokaw by burying the overhead power lines. We also resolved utility conflicts, met with fire department requirements, along with meeting the requirements for trash, electrical, public works, traffic, and sewer. There were many. Amenities on the first floor include dining, a lounge, as Deb mentioned, may occasionally have some live entertainment, meeting rooms, and finally the hotel lobby. The building of frontage along Coleman includes plenty of outdoor patio and seating areas, along with a lot of glazing, which allow for the building interior to be visible from anyone driving or walking past the hotel on Coleman. On the second floor, we have additional amenity spaces, which includes the fitness room, outdoor gathering and relaxation areas, and the pool and spa. The location of the building massing allows great sun exposure to this courtyard and also introduces a dynamic shape of the building to Coleman Avenue. This is a view of a typical floor plan. The 2 different colors of the units depicted on this slide indicate the 2 different guest room types. Lavender indicates the limited service, and orange indicates the extended stay units. This is a quick slide of the roof plan. The building is being designed to accept photovoltaics on the roof, which may be included now or maybe added later. And all mechanical equipment will be screened. Okay, at this time, I want to turn it over to UK King, our design principal, who will just talk briefly about the exterior design of the building.
Thanks, Kurt. We understand that this is not the design review meeting, so we'll briefly touch on exterior design thoughts and cladding materials and building modulations here. Overall design, we would define as a contemporary and modern, and maybe a hint of a mid-century. General color palette is earth tone and natural wood look panel as an accent material. And this is shown at number 1, number 2 on the material legend. At ground level, we have paid special attention to the use of a premium material such as metal panel, full wood accent panel, and decorative laser cut metal panel. And this is especially evident at ground level that are facing the street levels or streets, sorry. Here we have several views of the aerial views, and we like to show it with the surrounding context of future projects, highlighting the compatibility in terms of heights and massing of our building. And we'd like to share also a visual understanding of how the hotel sits on the site. What we're looking at right now is corner of the Brokaw and Coleman. Here we begin to understand the height relations between hotel and the gateway crossing residential project across the Coleman Avenue. Judging from this view, we can easily understand that these two future developments across from each other will actually matches up really nicely. Now, what that means is that it'll create a rather nice, comfortable streetscape along the Coleman Avenue. One more thing that I want to point out is that architectural treatment at the corner of the street intersection. This building, we like to apply not only the premium materials on the ground level, but also we take the premium material all the way up to the top of the building to really responding to the corner intersection of this street side here. Okay, this is a view from the south, which is for the project. This is the most important project facade, and we can see the entrance, and then we see the outdoor amenity area, pool deck area on top of the main entrance. Okay. Another view of entrance in the courtyard, and one design thought that we would like to share on this particular view is that we push back on the east side of the building just enough so that the motorist or the guest arriving to the hotel will have a direct visual connection to the main entrance. And oops. Here's one more view looking down the Coleman Avenue. And we're hoping that these aerial views will give you some good visual understanding of how building is situated on this triangular site. And some street level renderings. One thing to point out is the roofline variations and building modulations to break up this large massing of the building. We're trying hard to introduce some colors that is contrasting enough so they breaks up the massing of the building. This is last page here. And up close view of the street level of a main entrance and some outdoor seating area down here at the corner of the intersection of the street. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. And that would conclude our presentation. Any questions?
Thank you. I'm a little blind to this, but I believe Commissioner Ikezi has a question.
Thank you, Chair. I saw a quick slide on the parking. So
Yeah.
if it's okay with the chair, may we see that slide?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, this is a slide of the mechanical parking stackers that we're proposing in the hotel. We use these on other projects. There's thousands of them in the state of California. They're proven and tried and true, but that's a view of how they work. It's very very good way to use a small site and get the parking in.
So there's an access for each three cars? Every
Correct.
three cars
And
there's an
again,
access?
yes. And understand that to do this, you have to have valet parking. So the guest is not trying to park the cars themselves. These are all experienced valet parkers. So the guest arrives at the hotel, gets out, and a valet person will take the car and run into the parking garage and run the stacker.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so if I may continue, this hotel isn't branded, so is it going to be sold or is it going to be like a franchise? Are you going to get be a franchisee of a hotel brand, or what's the plan? What's the business plan?
Yeah, so this,
Brad, I'll let you take this.
yeah, why don't I address this? So our intent and what we typically develop, so we're a Marriott and a Hilton franchisee, and as well with some other brands. Our intent is for this to be fully branded with most likely either Marriott or Hilton's, you know, extended stay or select service and select service product. So if this falls within the Marriott branding, it would likely be a Residence Inn AC combo, which is very similar to what we're developing over in Fremont. Similar design, similar site, similar branding, car stackers, very similar project. We're also talking with Hilton. Within the Hilton brand families, this would likely be a Homewood Suites and Hilton's brand new upscale select service brand, which is called Tempo, that they're just launching. So our intent is for this to be branded. We're just working through that once we get entitlements complete. So
this is going to be a white box until it gets branded. Last question for the applicant. How frequently will you run the shuttle to the airport? You said it's 24/7, but.
Yeah, so it'll be fully serviced through so the shuttle will be, I don't know if those are 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. I know our other airport hotels, those are the hours that we would run. And then if they are out of those hours, they would typically be arriving via Uber. So.
But how frequently? I mean, how many per hour?
Yeah, like every 30 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Ikezi. I know we have Commissioner Salam and Commissioner Hero who also have questions. Commissioner Salam. You're on mute.
I know. I have to like wiggle the mouse to get it to wake up down there. So I'll get my first 3 questions in. Since you're using stacked parking, how are you providing for EV charging?
Kurt, do you want to address that?
Yeah, and again, we're doing a very similar project in Fremont that's about a year ahead of this project. And the EV charging and also ADA compatible stalls are all available through these stacker systems. So basically, we have a minimum requirement through Cal Green to require 20% of the stackers, 20% of all parking stalls to be EV charging. And those would probably likely be all on the ground level. And it's also very likely that we may increase that amount just because of demand for EV charging is growing daily.
Yeah,
it's all available and we've got that all worked out.
Yeah, I would strongly recommend you review it because this hotel has got a lot of years of life expectancy, and
the
trend up from ICE to EV is extremely rapid at this point. So you may find yourself unable to serve even the small minority of guests. Second, it's around the shuttle also. Is the shuttle going to provide any kind of planned service to other locations like the convention center or the stadium? And you can save that one. I pretty much can guess the answer. But the last question is there an opportunity that you have pursued with the city to possibly provide some public art on the blank name wall? Because we're trying to encourage that for a number of other large projects, especially something that visible from the street. You may want to consider offering out the commission to have something on that wall, because right now it's a huge blank surface. I know when Marriott or someone else comes in to brand the hotel, it'll change the signage, but I don't think it'll address the empty 4+ stories of blank wall. And I'll save the rest of my questions for later.
Okay, Thank you, Commissioner Salem. We have Commissioner Huang.
Well, they can
Mike?
answer the two questions if they have an offer, if they can.
Sorry
That would
about
be
that.
really nice.
And actually, Hero
Other
and Huang.
destinations for
coming
the
up.
other destinations for the shuttle and possible public art. So if they could, if anybody could answer in that.
Yeah, so our intent for local transportation is within 2 miles, we have a complimentary shuttle. And then as it relates to public art, we've worked through this with the city of Fremont as well on a public art display. And happy to work through that on this project as well. So.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry I interrupted you there, Commissioner Salem. I think actually next on the list was Commissioner Hero and then Commissioner Wang.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm intrigued by this, the whole entertainment aspect of the project. Would the entertainment be taking place in the bar area, or would it be indoor or outdoor entertainment?
So I can address that. Our intent is the restaurant and bar area, which combined, including back of house service space, is almost 4,000 square feet, which then spills over into the lobby and also outdoor amenity space as well. The intent would be in that area. It would be live entertainment for the restaurant guests, the bar guests, and spilling out into the patios. So where we also have meeting space, but that's really the intent of the entertainment component of this. Is we don't have a special entertainment venue. It's the ability to bring in live entertainment into this space.
And would there be a capacity for that entertainment venue?
So Kurt, I don't know if you want to address this. Our intent is really not to change the capacity of the restaurant or the bar. It would be an amenity within that space.
Okay.
We're requesting extra, capacity on either of those areas.
Very good. Thank you.
And also we have the ability of outdoor spaces, to spill over. So there's lots of nice spaces to have live entertainment on the site.
Yeah, there was a little bit of concern on my part for the noise aspect of it. Of course, we are in an industrial area, and I don't know how big of a concern that would really be, but thank you for addressing those questions.
Yeah. I think typically the live entertainment for a venue like this would be a single guitar player, or it's very low key.
More like a piano bar.
Yeah. Yes.
I was hoping for a blues club.
Maybe.
Thank you, Commissioner Harrow. Commissioner Huang, and I'm not sure I'm pronouncing your name right. Could you correct me, Commissioner Huang?
Huang? Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, actually, yeah, I think the hotel is really in the right location. It's close to the airport and other transportation terminals. My question is, I think, yeah, since you have two main requests, one is to reduce the parking, another one is to increase the height. I think the height is not an issue. It's 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 to the north. It's the street, so I don't see any issue. But for the parking, since you have a 396 room, you reduce the parking from 396 to 298. So I just wonder, all this parking 298, do you also need that one to provide parking for employee? So I just curious, is this the right number? Just yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll start this, and I think I'll turn it over to Gary Black, who's the transportation engineer. But typically with hotels, and we design a lot of hotels across the country, it's a off-peak parking. So when customers come in, they're staying the night. So the evenings are the high shift. And then when the employees come in, it's during the day, which is a kind of a lower demand. So a typical hotel has some nice off-peak, peak hour parking demands. So these are actually met very, very easily, in our opinion. I don't know, Gary, do you want to elaborate a little bit more on that? Or if he's still...
I can,
Or so-
I think
yeah.
I'm still, here.
Yep.
Anyway, well, we've done a handful of parking studies at hotels recently, more modern hotels or modern, I should say, newer hotels. And the ratio that's being proposed here, the parking ratio, I think is 0.7 parking spaces per room. That's about what we've been seeing for hotels recently. And the reason for that, well, a couple of reasons for that. One is that these types of, I want to say, kind of business oriented hotels, and especially close to the airport, there can be a lot of company shuttles that in blocks of rooms for certain companies, and then they'll pick up employees. And then also there's really increasing trend of guests taking Uber or Lyft rather than renting a car. So we've just seen recently hotel parking ratios have been reduced, and the city's parking code ratio of 1 space per room, that's pretty typical of what we see in a lot of cities. But I would submit to you that that's a fairly old number that we're not really seeing these days in terms of actual demand at hotels.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Actually, the second not question. It's I try to echo Commissioner Selen. Since the EV, I think it's the trend right now. Only 30 EV parking. I just recommend maybe, consider that number. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, I fully agree that the number of, and personally, just a side note, I just bought a Tesla. So I think adding some more EV parking stalls is in line. And believe me, we've studied this with these mechanical parking systems, and they can be done.
Yeah, thanks, Kurt. And just to address the parking as well, is as we've been working with Hilton and Marriott, this parking ratio, which is 0.75 parking stalls per guest room, is absolutely in line with what they would want to see operationally in a transit hub area in an airport hotel market with significant prevalence of Uber and Lyft and airport shuttles, all those things. So I think operationally and from a city code allowance, the 0.75 parking ratio is the right ratio.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Huang. We have in line next Commissioner Salem and then Commissioner Watanabe.
I think I need to wait because I'm on round 2, so you might want to.
All right. Okay. Commissioner Watanabe.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So my questions are in line with Commissioner Huang's, and I would like to push on that button some more. I think it's fair to say that 1 parking space per room is likely not required going forward, but then the guesswork of 0.75 being the right one it has the danger of being too optimistic along that front. Keep in mind that public parking in that area would be extremely limited. There's no parking on Coleman. You might be forced onto Brokaw, and that can get very full already. So my question directly to the building owners and planners would be, I can understand that you are trying to maximize the living space versus the parking space. That kind of makes sense. Although you will, of course, earn some revenue from parking. My recommendation would be really to think hard along those lines and not be that aggressive on reducing that ratio. So if you have some hard calculations that lead us to the 0.75, we'd like to hear it. If not, I think you should consider that to be more like 0.8 or so, at least have some conservative number there. So I'll save my other question. Actually, that is for staff, but I'll save that for round 2. Thank you.
Okay.
I can just address that briefly, and Debbie can too, is that we have gone through the studies for the various hotels that have come up in the last few years. And we are looking at somewhere around the ratio of about 0.8. But since they studied this particular site, it's near the airport, it's pretty close, it's near other businesses, that we're comfortable with that calculation since it was studied for this particular location. I believe our zoning code update is also going to reflect a reduced ratio for hotels. So we would like to make more efficient use of the site. And so from a staff standpoint, we're comfortable with that ratio.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Shall we go to round two now? Commissioner Salem?
Thank you. So I did want to at least put a note here to agree with Commissioner Hero that the carryover to the outside is going to be interesting because they'll be fighting an airport. It's unlikely that there'll be quality outdoor entertainment with the takeoff and landing of aircraft. The other part, I was curious what on-site services are being planned, like coffee shop, gift shop, work cubes for business people. Since you're next to the airport, there are going to be travelers, business travelers, that would like the opportunity to come down and have, the standard work amenities. I'll let you go with that one first, then I'll hit you with the last one.
Yeah, so Kurt, I'm happy to jump in here.
Yeah.
I mean, from an amenity perspective, we think we're properly sized from a meeting space, boardrooms, restaurant, bar, outdoor seating areas, all those things. The other thing that we really focus on, and these brands, quite frankly, really focus on, is having a very, very active lobby space. The lobby space is typically full of, meeting pods and spaces for meetings to happen in the lobby space. We've done this on several of our hotels. They're very, well used as a space where people can meet and gather. And then the bar would also, and Kurt, you can probably address this, but we typically have things like, relationships with Starbucks, have the ability to do a full Starbucks setup for all of our guests, as well as the F&B that's required by these brands. So it'll be a very upscale location, and these brands are very focused on catering to business travel and providing these amenity spaces, as well as the second floor pool and spa amenities. That will also have seating areas and barbecue pits and things that are required by these brands. So there will be lots of spaces to, find a place to meet, whether that's in a designated meeting space or just in our public spaces.
Yeah, I can just tell you that during the travels I did for business, we would actively look for hotels that had the ability to have little breakout room, single space rooms for having a Zoom meeting with someone in comfort and quiet. Mostly also the ability to have a printer, simple things like that if you're going to do a quick business presentation. So the better hotels provided that. It was only a few spaces. It took one corner off the lobby, but it was a huge benefit. That plus high-speed internet. Hopefully, it seems to be the standard now that you're going to have that. Last question I had though was there any outreach to the remaining neighboring businesses? Was there any feedback or pushback? Are they understanding that you're putting up a 6-story hotel directly next to them, whereas everything else was 1 story until then?
Yeah, I'll let maybe Deb can weigh in on this too, but we about a year ago, we had a neighborhood meeting virtually like this with anybody who wanted to join in. I think the invite was to anybody within 1,000 feet of the hotel. So we had I think a very good meeting with, was it 15 people on the line? And so, yeah, we've done some outreach already.
Well, that's good. It's good to hear because I think they'd be really surprised. Suddenly there's this giant building next to where they normally had a clear view. And I think the other buildings are destined at some point to redevelop into more of that community effective. the across the street development, your development. I think that entire area is growing. So yeah, okay, good. That's really all the questions I had for my second round. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Salim. And I think we've come to the end of our permit-related questions. We can go to the, no, I'm sorry. Commissioner Ikezi, did you have another question?
Yeah, I have a few questions about parking. Okay, so my first question, is there going to be a charge for parking, or is parking going to be free for guests?
So it will be 100% valet parking, and there will be a parking charge, which is consistent with all of the hotels in this market.
Okay, and there were mitigation measures recommended in the report I read. Can somebody walk us through them? I tried to follow the text, but it didn't make sense. So if we can see it visually, it would be really great, because I will be asking more questions on the parking. I mean, not parking, but the traffic, because everyone knows if anyone goes to that Costco across the street, then everyone knows how bad those streets get backed up. So especially during the traffic hours. And I was surprised to hear that just because this hotel is going to be close to the transit, there's no additional requirements or reviews. But that's so okay. Well, anyway, so can you walk us through the mitigation measures?
There are no traffic mitigation measures. There are conditions of approval, and you have that as one of the attachments. Again, as Gary said, it didn't trigger any based on its because of its the thresholds not being reached under the VMT. So Gary could speak to the conditions of approval that were added for public work improvements related to traffic intersection improvements along Brokaw and Coleman, if that's what you're interested in.
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. As we've discussed, under CEQA, the environmental review level of service is no longer a standard of impact. However, we did a level of service analysis for this project and identified some issues at the intersection of Coleman and Brokaw, which I'm sure you're aware of if you go to Costco. And so there are numerous improvements that this project is required to do. They're part of the conditions of approval. Unfortunately, I don't have a diagram at my fingertips that I can put up on the screen to show you what those are, but I'll just briefly mention that
maybe you can pop up the map or one of the slides from the presentations, and so that we can see on the picture, because I tried to follow the text in the report and I couldn't. So if we can see anything on the pictorially, that would be helpful.
Well, if someone has control of some sort of presentation, I could speak to that.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, that's great.
I don't know if I could blow this up or not, but does this work for
maybe
you?
slide 6. How about slide 6?
That's just the frontage.
Oh.
So we'll go back to.
Okay. Thank you.
Figure TRA 8 in the initial study shows the improvements.
Well, if somebody can find that, that's great. In the meantime, I can speak to this aerial photo. It's a little hard to see here, but the improvements that are required are to add turn lanes to Brokaw in both directions, and to modify the signal accordingly, and then also to add a through lane to Coleman in what we typically call the southbound direction, though here it looks kind of like the eastbound direction, but a third lane in front of, kind of along the Costco frontage there. So And there would be numerous other modifications at the intersection that we required. There would be restriction, no parking allowed on Brokaw to provide room for the additional lanes. And yeah, kind of just a brief explanation. We're talking about additional turn lanes on Brokaw, additional through lane on Coleman.
Okay. So when you say turn lanes, they're going to be like right turn lane coming from the hotel side of the Brokaw to turn right or left. There's going to be additional lane for turning.
Yes, additional lane for turning.
Okay, for both right and left turns.
No, for left turns, there'll be separate lanes for left. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Somebody. Great, now you can see the diagram. So there'll be 2 left turn lanes.
Okay, which is Brokaw and which? Oh, I see it now. Okay, Coleman is a little later. Okay.
So Costco is kind of off to the left on this photo.
Right.
And you'll see that there'll be an additional left turn lane added to Brokaw in both directions, like on the hotel side and also on the Costco side. And right turn lanes will also be available on Brokaw in both directions.
Are we going to widen the street or just?
Those changes will be accomplished by restricting parking.
Let me make a suggestion if this is helpful. In the interest of time, so we can get to the public and some other questions, would this be okay to have these discussions under our deliberations after public comment? Because it seems to me.
I'm okay with it. Yep. But
I
figured Gary is part of the applicants group.
Gotcha.
So that's why
Yeah,
I'm
no, I'm just thinking staff seems to have a handle on it too. And I don't think Gary's going to go away anytime soon, right, Gary?
That's fine with me.
All right,
I'm
thank
staying
you.
here.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Ikezi. We have Commissioner Hero and Commissioner Batanager. Commissioner Hero.
I'd just like to piggyback on what former Chair Salim, his concerns with the building height. So if you were to travel up Coleman towards 880, on the right-hand side of the roadway, there are numerous really tall buildings, like within not even a quarter mile of the proposed site, that are quite a bit taller than 6 stories, I believe. And I just wanted to point that out, that and these are recent projects. I don't even know if they're occupied yet, but for whatever reason, they were allowed to build large projects. I know that's City of San Jose, I get that, but just in keeping with the current landscape, just wanted to point that out.
Thank you, Commissioner Hero. Moving to Commissioner Bhatnagar.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Quick question actually to staff. As we have referred, the congestion with respect to Costco is not in regards to requiring more turn lanes or thereabouts. It's caused by the 4-way stop within Costco, and as you know, that backs up today. Anytime you go there, you are 50 cars behind from that traffic stop. So I wanted to point out that these mitigation measures that the planners are taking, they're doing everything they can, but it's not solving the bottleneck, which will persist. And I think the city staff, if there's anything we can do about it, we need to look at that.
Well, if I could interject just real quick, the Gateway Cross, Commissioner, you didn't have the benefit of being on the Planning Commission when the Gateway Crossings project went forward, but one of the mitigation measures that and improvements of that project is an intersection at that particular 4-way stop that you're talking, or at the T intersection that you're talking about, coming off Brokaw into Costco. So there'll be a full signalized intersection there. There's a lot of transportation improvement plans that are specified related to the Gateway Crossings project, which also interplay with this particular project as well. So we have bus duckouts coming in, we've got restricted parking, we've got restriping, we've got signalization operation improvements. There's a lot going on at this particular intersection because of all the approved development and forthcoming plan development.
Thank you.
Let's see, Commissioner Botnagarts, also to mention, I think you're referring to the four-way stop inside the parking lots, correct? Okay, Costco, we've been working, another planner and myself have been working with Costco's architects, engineers for a while now, and they've actually been approved for a roundabout. So that four-way stop is going away.
Oh, I'm sorry. Now I know what one you're talking
Yeah.
about. Okay.
Yeah, so that four-way stop is not going to be there within the next year. It'll be replaced by a roundabout. So there'll be no stops. It'll just have to rely on courtesy and people understanding, you know, how to use that roundabout.
Like Kaiser Hospital.
So that should help with the flow of traffic in that parking lot too.
Thank you, Gloria. And,
You're welcome.
And Debbie for that clarification. Did
You're welcome.
Did you have another Commissioner Bhatnagar?
Nothing really. I think the staff is sensitive to that. So for now, that is good enough.
Okay.
A four-way stop and a roundabout are in a very congested area. It is the same thing. You'll have to wait and let somebody else pass. But as long as you're on, you have that sensitivity, I'll leave it in your good hands. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Without any other hands raised, I think this is a good time to go to the public. And I understand we have 2 people ready to speak, but I'm not sure, staff, if you can help me, who was first in line? Mark Ferrari and Michael, oh, I don't want to mispronounce his name, Lazo. Can we hear from, I'm hoping I'm not taken out of order.
Yes, our host will unmute them.
Okay.
So the first speaker will be Mark Ferrari.
Okay, thank you.
And just a reminder to all public speakers, you do have 2 minutes on the timer.
And if you could set the clock for Mark.
Mark, you have been unmuted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm Mark Ferrari, and I'm one of the owners. My family owns the property directly south to the project where the wine club used to be. It's now the Build Group who has that building. Our concern would be, we're all positive on the hotel. Our concern is about our parking lot. You know, our tenants are there, you know, normal business hours. We have, what, 50, 75 plus parking spaces there. We're concerned, especially with the parking situation at the hotel, people having to pay for it, having to wait for their cars to come down, so on and so forth, that our parking lot's going to become very attractive for people who want to go to the restaurant, to the bar, for the entertainment, or maybe even at night, just park their cars there to avoid the parking costs and the convenience of not having to deal with the valet, et cetera. So we're wondering what is proposed to help us with our parking lot. You know, putting signs up are only, you know, help a little bit, but we're very concerned about the parking situation, the liability, and the other issues with the parking.
Thank you, Mark. We will definitely hold that in abeyance and get the questions from our next public speaker, and then I'd like to have the applicant respond. Okay?
Thank you.
Sure. All right. Staff, if you could unmute Michael Lazo and set the timer for him.
Yes, 1 second. We're just setting the timer.
All right. Thank you.
And we are ready. Michael, you have been unmuted.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. Mike Lozo for Launa Local 270. We submitted comments which staff did respond to. I just want to reply to some of those responses. Staff, we had made comments about formaldehyde emissions to indoor air. We had an expert, Mr. Offerman, provide those comments, and staff's response claims that they don't apply to anybody other than sensitive receptors, and they don't apply to indoor air. But the guidelines that the Air District has set do apply them generally to all receptors. There's no qualifier of sensitive receptor, even especially for formaldehyde and toxic air contaminants, where it simply says would expose existing or new receptors to levels, not sensitive receptors. And there's also nothing in the guidelines that says that risk greater than 10 in a million is okay to indoor air, not outdoor air. There's no qualifier like that. Even if it were true that the Air District didn't establish a 10 in a million cancer risk threshold for TAC emissions to indoor air, a public agency can't, as the city staff is doing here, apply a threshold of significance in a way that forecloses the consideration of any other substantial evidence showing there may be a significant effect, which is what Mr. Offman's provided. Also, he had suggested some mitigation measures, ultra low emitting formaldehyde products and no added formaldehyde, and staff says those aren't allowed by Cal Green, which is not true. The Cal Green simply says comply with CARB. It doesn't prevent you from doing what CARB requirements actually promote, which is to use those kinds of materials. And the fact that the MND doesn't describe what materials the hotel is using is a failure to investigate the issue, which is the city has a duty to figure out what's going on with the project. And we also mentioned bird strikes. In my 10 seconds, I appreciate the fact that the city's consultant did prepare a rebuttal, but where you do have experts saying two different things in a MND, that is. So thank you for your time tonight.
All right, thank you, Michael. I think what would make the most sense would be if Mark's questions were answered by the applicant, and then Michael's questions, I suspect, might best be handled by Xander. So let's start with Mark's questions first about the parking concerns.
Yeah, so hey, this is Brad Wagstaff. Hey, Mark, appreciate your concerns. As we spoke, I think previously on the initial public outreach meeting, discuss these concerns as well. And as how we propose this, so the parking that we proposed falls under a modification within the city. It's not a variance, it's a modification on the parking ratio. And our staffing of this valet parking will be fully staffed. You are right, there is a fee. However, every guest that's arriving will be greeted by our valet parking staff. They'll be asked if they are in a car. They'll be asked if they're parking with us or if they're arriving via Uber. We'll be monitoring parking on site really 24/7 for all of our guests. And we'll be doing everything we can to make sure that they're parking on our property. We'll do everything we can to be a great neighbor with you as we get this project built and make sure that we're mitigating all of these efforts. As we discussed previously, I mean, Hilton, Marriott, our operations team, which is the largest management company in the hospitality space, have all looked at these parking ratios and all agreed that these should be certainly sufficient for our parking for our guests. So.
Okay. Thank you. I think that gets the question answered for us. The next one came from Michael. Xander, can you answer that for us? Take that on for us.
Sure, I can give it a shot. Mr. Lazao raised two issues. One was formaldehyde emissions, and then the other, very briefly, bird strikes. Formaldehyde, we addressed that in the responses to comments. His comment letter expressed concern about the potential for the air quality inside the building to be adversely affected by formaldehyde issued from the building materials. So fundamentally, we start with the issue that CEQA applies to the effect of the project on the environment, not the effect of the environment on the project. So we don't look at the impact of the project itself on future occupants of the project. If it were an issue of the project emitting formaldehyde that went out a mile and affected, residences a mile away, that is something we'd have to look at. But that's not what he's alleging. He's alleging that the indoor air quality would be affected by formaldehyde emissions. That's CEQA in reverse, and that's not something we look at under the case law. Even if it was something we looked at, the threshold of significance is, would it expose sensitive receptors to substantial pollutant concentrations? And he was debating whether or not it was related to sensitive receptors or not. There's also a separate threshold as to whether or not the impact would conflict with implementation of the applicable air quality plan. And we explained in detail in the document and as to how it doesn't conflict with the air quality plan. Also, BACMD is the air quality agency from which we get our threshold of significance, Bay Area Air Quality Management District. They direct us not to look at indoor air quality. It's outdoor air quality that we consider. So we are the lead agency. We set the threshold of significance. Based on the threshold of significance we have set, we have found a less than significant impact. Based on him considering CEQA in reverse and applying a different threshold of significance, he believes there would be a significant impact from formaldehyde. That's simply not the legal requirement. As for bird strikes, he was very brief. I'll be equally brief. We analyzed in detail the fact that there would not be significant impacts to birds. The site is developed. It has no habitat for special status species. The letter they submitted claimed that there were 3 types of birds that were special status species. In fact, one of them, turkey vultures, are not even on a watch list. They're just very common. The other 2 birds they mentioned are not special status species. They are on one list of species to watch, but they don't constitute special status species that we have to worry about the impacts on. As for just the risk of birds running into the structure, we found a less than significant impact, a super low likelihood of strikes. To argue that there would be a higher likelihood of strikes, they pointed out that between 2008 and 2013, at the California Academy of Sciences in San Francisco, there were about 52 mortalities per year from birds striking that building. California Academy of Sciences is located in a park of about 1,000 acres. It has huge glass surfaces. This is a totally different environment. It's a smaller site. We're not putting up the huge glass surfaces. There's a lot of measures that are included in the design, not as mitigation measures, but just in the design to reduce collision risk. So I don't believe that this study from the California Academy of Sciences constitutes substantial evidence that there's going to be a risk to birds. It's simply an opposite. It's a totally different context. And so we've concluded there's a less than significant impact. I think those are the only issues he raised. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Oh, you're muted, Chair.
There we go. Thank you so much for your clarification and due diligence in the response. Without seeing any other, oh, yes, there is one more public comment. Mark Ferrari. Give a moment, Mark, while staff unmutes you and sets up the time clock.
Chair, just to be clear that since Mr. Ferrari already spoke, the commission would have to grant anyone else additional opportunity to speak. So if that's the will of the commission, unless you have questions for Mr. Ferrari.
Oh, thank you for helping me out there, staff. I don't see any other hands raised in the public. Are the commissioners okay with giving Mark another question? If I don't hear any objections, I'll assume it's okay.
Might be good to hear the rebuttal and then move on. Just a suggestion.
Okay.
Do you mean the rebuttal from the applicant, Chair Salim?
I'm not a chair anymore, but yes.
Oh, sorry. Former chair.
Former chair. Oh, if we're gonna go former, then you have to do
Chair
former
emeritus.
Daisy.
I did it as well. Guilty.
Hey, that's all right. It's a learning curve and we're dealing with cyber gods tonight, something fierce. Let's go to the rebuttal. I hope that works. So that would be back to the applicant for the rebuttal.
Yes, and they
Mark?
have 5 minutes.
And Mark, that may answer your question.
Yeah, so sorry, is this a rebuttal relating to the
It's for any questions that were raised during the public comment period.
Okay, so I think the two comments, one was from Mark Ferrari relating to parking as an adjacent user and how we would be handling that. We addressed that. Happy to answer any other questions, but that's our intent is to be a great neighbor and do what we can to mitigate any impacts on the neighbors from parking. And then as it relates to, I think the city attorney was right on the response. We do have our legal online as well if we need to address that further.
Okay. You know, I want to give Mark the opportunity if he has thought of another question. So again, I'll ask my fellow commissioners, if there's no objections, we'll let Mark come back on with another question that Brad can perhaps answer. Okay, without objections then, is Mark still with us with the question or no? His hand is still up. Can we let Mark ask one more question?
Yes, I am going to unmute Mark.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you, everybody. It was just the same question. You know, if you can park next door for free, why would you go pay to park there? I mean, there's 50, 60 open spaces. If people are going to come, we just need to have Brad, and I know Brad will try and help us, but you know, this was our chance to speak of our concern that we're going to need help because, I mean, we have people parking in there to go to the soccer game because they don't want to pay to park. So people will park in that parking lot most likely because why pay to go valet if I can park next door for free for an hour or 2 hours or to go to the restaurant or the bar. We're going to need help and assistance, whether it be from the city or from the hotel, to keep people out of our lot. With the cannabis place next door to us on the other side, their security guards make sure their customers don't park on our lot, and that has worked. So putting signs just say tow away and whatever don't seem to work because it's, you know, for an hour, 2 hours, whatever it may be. So just want to make sure everybody understands it is a big concern and we will need help taking care of it. And I hope the commissioners take that into consideration that this is going to be an issue most likely. Thank you.
I appreciate your comments, Mark, and I'm hoping that staff can work together to develop some sort of a solution to help create a situation that works for both the applicant and for Mark. I don't see any other hands raised, so this might be a good time for a motion to close public hearing.
So move.
Okay, we have Commissioner Ikezi and I think second by Commissioner Hero.
Yes.
Okay. Elizabeth? Give Elizabeth a bit here.
Thank you. It takes a minute to get all these screens together here, so thank you. The motion is to close the public hearing. Chair Biagini,
Yes.
Commissioner Hero,
Yes.
Commissioner Wang,
Yes.
Commissioner Ikezi,
Yes.
Commissioner Selene,
Yes.
Commissioner Bhatnagar.
Yes.
Thank you, and the motion passes.
Okay, then we've certainly had, I think, a lot of deliberations already. So if there's no more deliberations, I would entertain a motion. We have Commissioner Ikezi.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'd like to get my traffic questions addressed. But before we go into that, would the applicant be able to work with Mark and include his parking space as part of the security? One of the is something that the security can keep an eye on, or provide the management phone contact to Mark, etc., so that he'll have somebody to be in touch with right away?
Yeah. And so this is Brad. I'll address that. Yeah, we will absolutely be working with Mark and his team on working to mitigate this. As I mentioned previously, we'll have fully staffed valets there. We'll be addressing everyone and greeting everyone as they arrive. And if they're not arriving via shuttle or via Uber or via a car that's going to be valet parked, they'll be directed how they're arriving via Caltrans, or how they're arriving, and making sure that they know that if they parked in the adjacent lot that they will be towed, and working to enforce that with Mark. We'll certainly provide all of our contact info and have very professional managers and staff on site 24/7. So
Mark, please discuss this with the applicant, and if you're not happy with if there's no resolution, then your next option is to come to the council, because this project will come to the council. So go to the council meeting and raise your concern again. That's my suggestion.
Chair, Planning Commissioner Casey, can I just clarify something? Two things. One is that there's a stipulation that the parking has to be contained on site. So it's an obligation of their use permit. So if there is a problem and that's attributed to the customers of the hotel, they can file a code enforcement complaint with staff, and we'll look into it. And we would require them to remedy this, however that is needed to be done. Secondly, this item is a use permit. It's a final decision at the Planning Commission. It does not go to City Council unless it's appealed.
Oh, okay. So this doesn't have to go to council. Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. Thank you. Okay, so there it is. Wildlife, I have a comment. I've taken up birding during the pandemic, and the wildlife that was listed as being under danger in one of the letters that came in, they're all very common. They're seen throughout the city of Santa Clara. So I don't see why there's any wildlife danger specific to this project, but that's a side note. Okay, so I'd like to learn more about the roundabout that Costco is working on, and how that will impact the project that we're looking at right now. And can we get more information on the mitigations that are required, of the traffic changes that are required? And I also have one, I'm throwing a bunch of questions, but I understand that our review is supposed to take place under vehicle miles travel. We have some new commissioners, so maybe the staff can describe the difference between the LOS requirements that we used to have versus the vehicle miles travel, because this is a very relevant information, and the new commissioners will not get to hear it about it unless they go to a training at one of the training programs for commissioners in the future. And one of the things I remember hearing from Xander when we went through the training on the VMT was that in addition to the state mandated VMT analysis, the city can impose LOS requirements if it chooses to, because it is the city's prerogative to set the threshold. So is there any wiggle room about this intersection? Because again, everybody knows that the traffic on that intersection is really bad. Thank you.
Can I just clarify one thing, Gloria? I'm sorry. I just want to say, I don't think I said that we could impose LOS as a threshold of significance. What I may have said is that we could continue to look at LOS as a separate analysis, but it's no longer part of the CEQA analysis. We're actually prohibited from looking at LOS as part of the CEQA analysis. So what we did here, which Mr. Black referred to earlier, is we did do an LOS analysis, and then what would normally turn into impacts and mitigation measures became things that need to be addressed through conditions of approval. And he started going through some of that with that diagram. And I'm sorry, Gloria, you want to jump in?
Thank you.
Okay. So maybe this is a side note, but maybe we can go through this traffic analysis training again in the future, because we have a lot of new commissioners, and I think they will benefit greatly from the training that Xander gave us maybe a year or two ago. But
That's
just
a great idea, Commissioner Ikezi, and I think we can take that up. Be a great thing to bring up when we get to that part of the agenda where we talk
Great.
about
I'm sorry to go off
training.
the topic.
Oh, no, that's
So,
okay.
yes, please tell us more about the roundabout and the other traffic measures that are being undertaken as part of this, condition for the approval.
Let me clarify that the roundabout at Costco has nothing to do with this hotel. I just brought that up simply because I was involved in it, and I wanted you to, because Commissioner Bhatnagar raised the issue about the four-way stop, and I'm aware of this. So it is not dependent on the activity necessary, or the traffic flow for the project. Mr. Black has outlined the required measures. There's a lot of operational improvements which are related to LOS. And so those things are being attached to this project, and they're going to be done. So there's really no traffic impact related to the hotel because it's an off-peak user. And so it doesn't have the peak traffic hour, you know, when we're concerned about a lot of the traffic flow. So there are built-in requirements for traffic improvements to address the future traffic that would be associated with the hotel. So essentially, you have to just keep in mind that all the traffic related impacts that have been established through VMT and even consideration in LOS have been reduced to a level less than significant with the conditions of approval that we've provided here. So it's really a non-issue.
Got it. Okay, so I like I said earlier, I didn't understand those conditions from reading the report. So if I can see them visually, I'd appreciate it. So is a roundabout on the Costco site, like, you know, the intersection?
It's on the Costco site.
Okay, now I understand. Okay, somewhere totally different. Okay, yeah. So can we put that on the map? The you know, the extra lanes or the right turn lanes and the left turn lanes, how that's going to be configured.
Okay, so you want to see them again? You want Mr.
Well,
Black
he didn't get to finish it because the chair asked me to wait until the deliberations to get that information.
So maybe Gary can just enumerate just very quickly all of the obligations for this project.
Yes, thank you.
If somebody could put the diagram up again, I don't know who put it up last time.
Gary,
there we go. Okay.
I shared right now. Yeah.
Thank you. So this diagram shows the changes that this project is required to make at the intersection of Coleman and Brokaw. And as we were discussing before, there's the addition of a lane in each direction on Brokaw, so that there would be 2 left turn lanes and 1 right turn lane in both directions on Brokaw. And then also a 3rd through lane southbound, or on this diagram, it sort of looks eastbound, on Coleman. So, and there's a number of associated signal changes that are required in order to do that. So if you read the conditions of approval, they list kind of, you know, changing signal poles and replacing this pole and putting up this kind of pole. So it gets pretty confusing, and I'm not going to go over all the signal modifications that are necessary to implement this, but there's numerous you know, changes on all the corners in the signaling equipment that are required for these lane additions. And these are restriping of the street, so it's not physically widened, but the parking which is now allowed would not be allowed.
Oh, on Brokaw, the parking,
on Brokaw. That's right.
Okay, all right. And this the traffic lights are controlled by the city here, right? This is all city street, Santa Clara streets.
That's my understanding, yes.
Yeah, got it. Okay, thank you. That's it for my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Ikezi. I don't see, you know, I'm a little blind right now, so I'm going to ask staff to help, but I do not see any other hands raised. So I'm thinking this is the appropriate time to entertain a motion. There's the screen. Do I have a motion on this item?
I move to accept the NMD.
Is that,
I believe it. I don't know if Xander could tell us, do we have to approve this in pieces again, or is this a
yeah,
single motion?
thank you.
Yes, please. Two motions, and I believe Commissioner Kesey was referring to the first of the two motions, which is to adopt the resolution adopting MND and the MMR.
Okay, I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. If Elizabeth could take the roll. I know Elizabeth has to get her duck signed up. Thank you, Elizabeth. This is what I'm talking about staff has all this work to do behind the scenes. That can be a little interesting.
The motion is to adopt the resolution to approve the MND.
I believe it was to move the staff, the first staff recommendation. That's what I understood. Boy, Yuki, tell me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, that's what I'm proposing. Or
okay,
making my motion. Right.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll take the vote. Chair Biagini.
Yes.
Commissioner Hero.
Aye.
Commissioner Wang.
Yes.
Commissioner Casey.
Aye.
Commissioner Salam.
Yes.
Commissioner Bhatnagar.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and thank you. And we have another motion that I'd like to entertain that goes more to the live indoor music entertainment and so forth. Do I hear a motion?
Yeah, I make a motion to adopt the resolution to approve a use permit to allow the new 396 room hotel and alcohol beverage sales and live indoor entertainment located at 312 Broker Road.
I'll second. I beat you. I never got to do first and seconds when I was chair, so.
Okay, I think we have a first and a second then on the staff recommendation for the second part.
If I may interrupt, I just want to make sure that the way that it's written presently is that it's solely indoor music. So if you want it to be able to spill out into the outdoor, you'll have to add that.
Yeah, it's a good question for the applicant to see if they intend to, maybe if they're going to set up a stage or anything outside, that's different than having the windows open where the music escapes the indoor area. So I'll wait for someone to request clarification, or I can. You know, how will it be addressed since it is listed as indoor only right now?
Yeah, I'm happy to address that. Our intent is this would stay indoor only. So I don't think we need any changes to the request. So thank you.
Thank you.
Motion should stand with the indoor as the keyword.
Sounds good. Okay. The vote?
Chair Biagini.
Yes.
Commissioner Hero.
Yes.
Commissioner Wang.
Yes.
Commissioner Casey.
Aye.
Commissioner Salam.
Yes.
Commissioner Bhatnagar.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Let's move to the second item for public hearing, which is action on a use permit for the Agape Play School Learning Center to allow outdoor activity associated with a child daycare facility at 3700 Thomas Road. So staff presentation first. Oh, Lance has his hand up.
I do. I was just going to request a short bio break since it's 8 o'clock.
I think if there's no objections, we can do that. Do I hear any objections from my fellow commissioners?
Good.
Hearing none, then how about it's 8 o'clock now? Shall we go to 8:10?
Excellent.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Chair, did we mention the appeal process?
We did not, but I bet you're going to do that right now.
I think that's Ms. Shara's moment.
Oh, okay. Well, the chair mentioned this before the meeting as part of the hearing procedure. So
yes.
We have not been mentioning it separately, but this the action on the use permit for the hotel is final unless there's an appeal filed within 7 calendar days. With the accompanying fee.
Sorry,
Thank you,
what?
Gloria.
With the accompanying fee.
The accompanying fee. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Gloria. We're in recess until 8:10. Okay, thank you, Elizabeth. I'll call the meeting back to order now. And we will move on to the second item on public hearing, which is action on a use permit for Agape Play School Learning Center to allow outdoor activity associated with the child daycare facility at 3700 Thomas Road. And take it away, staff, for the presentation.
Thank you, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Can hear you great, Debbie.
Okay, great. I'm trying to find the little arrow to advance this slide. Oh, here we go. Okay. All righty. So this is at the corner of Montague and Expressway and Thomas Road. It's a 0.64 acre site with a general plan designation of low intensity office R&D. It's zoned light industrial. And there's an existing 2-story, 9,352 square foot multi-tenant commercial building. This building was entitled with a use permit to have ground floor retail and office use on the second floor with 33 parking spaces. As you can see in the aerial, the Intel is immediately to the north. We have a commercial development here to the northeast. To the east, there is, it's funny because all your faces are right here on my east side of the screen. So I'm pointing at Chair Biagini right now. Is industrial commercial office development. And to the south here is a large warehouse that you're probably all familiar with as you drive by. There's a billboard down here and it's commercial furniture warehouse. So we have, this is a project site and it is, as I described, 2-story multi-tenant. This particular application involves this particular tenant space here. This is 107. And it was previously, it's been a couple of different things over time. It was an auto repair facility. And this is the driveway from Thomas Road into the site. And there's a service aisle right here. It used to be a bay where the cars would go in to be serviced and then come back out. It then took on the life of another daycare facility, but with entirely indoor use, was like a preschool as well, but no outdoor activity. Those were allowed uses under the use permit. The applicants are Isidore and Adlin Neto. They are proposing to conduct a child daycare facility with outdoor activity. So again, the use indoor, it would be permitted. It's the outdoor activity, the conversion of the outdoor space into recreational space that requires the use permit approval. So it would provide, this facility would provide developmentally appropriate education programs for children 18 months to 5 years of age, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., with a drop off at 8 a.m. to 8:25 a.m. and a pickup at 5:45 p.m. to 6 o'clock p.m. This is typically, this is during the hours pretty much of the operations of most of the commercial tenant spaces in this complex begin at 10. And my understanding is most of them cease at about 5. So the drop off and pickup are outside of the hours of normal business operations of the other tenant spaces. The children would be supervised by teachers, 8 students per teacher, and a director with a maximum of 30 children. Here is the proposed site plan. There's no interior tenant improvements to the existing space. Again, this is the outdoor area. It would be converted to, from its use as just driveway aisle to recreation and assembly. It would be secured with fencing with a gate entry here near the front of the building to allow access and secure congregation of the children and students. This is a shared parking arrangement amongst the tenant spaces. And a parking analysis or operational analysis was conducted was prepared by Hexagon. And they had made some recommendations that are integrated into the conditions of approval to monitor the site to address any parking concerns that may happen for spillover parking, and to also for queuing if queuing becomes an issue, for traffic leaving the site, to direct traffic to right turn only. So those two recommendations from the report have been integrated into the project. Considerations are, it is a service that provides, that would serve the residents within the area. There's a residential tracts about 15 to 2,000 feet from the project site to the east. It would serve the employment centers nearby, and provided a needed use for childcare and preschool for the residents of the city of Santa Clara and employees. So I will end there, should you have any questions, and then turn it over to the applicants, who have a brief presentation as well. Oh, the recommendation, pardon me, is to adopt a resolution to approve the use permit to allow outdoor activity associated with a child care, oh, I spelled that wrong, child care facility at the project site.
Thank you, Debbie. Do we have any questions from commissioners to staff, or can we go ahead and move right to the applicant? Doesn't look like there's any hands up. So let's go to the applicant.
Chair, you do have one hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed it. Commissioner Salem, my apologies.
I was just slow at getting to the button. I'm hoping to, just as a precursor to the presentation, for them to speak to the safety issues specifically, because that'll save us some interaction later. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Salem. Let's move to the applicant. The applicant will have 10 minutes to present.
Isidore, you have been unmuted.
Okay. Video. Okay, I have to see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. You can share it here. Hi, my name is Adeline Neto.
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
It's all right.
My husband is like trying to share the.
We understand.
While they're setting up, I want to interject too. We did do a community outreach, virtual Zoom meeting that they had provided to, unfortunately, we didn't have any attendees, but we had quite an internal discussion amongst ourselves and the traffic consultants, just about operations, et cetera, of the facility. So they could, again, they can speak to those.
Thank you, Debbie. And I think, do we have the clock up for Isidore?
And Isidore, if you could just make your PowerPoint full screen.
Yeah, how to do full screen?
There's an icon. Yeah, that one right there.
Okay. Can you see me? Okay. Okay. Hi, good evening. I think
I'm sorry, it's still not full screen. Would you be able to enlarge it?
Okay. Maybe it's
You can press F5.
Okay, but it's displaying on a different,
Yeah, that's good.
no, it's displaying on a different monitor.
Can you see this?
If you're not able to, I mean, this will still work.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay. Okay. So good evening, Chair and Commission and the staff of Santa Clara. Thank you so much for accepting our application and giving us time to present ourselves. My name is Adeline Neto, and we are presenting our Agape Play School. So this one is, I'm a program director for this play school. So we have 3 children, all going to Santa Clara Mission Mission College. So when my kids were little, so I started operating a family daycare. I started in 2012, and I'm still currently operating my family daycare. Then I take children from infant to 5 years. And then, so when the child turns 3, they're going to preschool. So then what I realized is that I need to get more units and then start a preschool. So I wanted to be only in Santa Clara because I lived 12 years in Santa Clara, and I see there was a great need for the preschool in this neighborhood. There's only one preschool in this neighborhood in the zip code 95054. The parents have to go either to Milpitas or to El Camino Real on that side of Santa Clara. So I was looking for places, and then I found this place, which is a big intersection of Montague and Mission College. So there's a lot of residential and offices, especially the Intel is there. And then there's a lot of new office buildings, and then a lot of residential is there. So I thought this would be the right place for me to start my play school. So as Debbie has mentioned, our timing is from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday to Friday. So parents have to park the car inside the parking facility, hold the child's hand and bring the child inside the facility, sign in, and then evening, again, the parent has to come inside the facility, sign out, and pick up the children. So our curriculum is a play-based and Montessori-inspired curriculum. So we will focus on child's cognitive, social, emotional, and physical well-being. Then, and then we developed and we designed a developmentally appropriate practices for young children. And then we provide services from 2 years to 5 years. 2 to 3 years is called toddlers, 3 to 4 are preschoolers, and 4 to 5 are transitional kindergartens. And then we provide morning breakfast and evening snacks. Morning breakfast, all healthy, organic food, and evening it will be again fruits and milk. So our indoor activities consist of phonics, science, maths, dramatical play, art and crafts, music, and writing, and all those things. And then outdoor play will be physical activities like gross motor skills and water play. So as per the licensing and also by the research, the children has to spend at least 30 minutes in the morning and 30 minutes in the evening outdoor play. So that's the reason for outdoor. And then, so the staff is, for toddlers, it is 6 children and 1 teacher. For preschool, it is 8 children and 1 teacher. And transitional kindergarten will be 12 children and 1 teacher. So all the teachers are qualified, and they all have early childhood education units, and they are all certified and permitted from, and they have the permits from Department of Education. Me, I'm a program director. I have all the units from early childhood education, and I have a program director permit issued by the California Department of Education. And that's the end of my slide. And thank you so much for listening to my presentation. Relieved. Thank you.
Chair Biagini, you're on mute.
There we go. Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. And I will open it up now for any questions that we might have from our commissioners. Commissioner Huang and Commissioner Hero.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Actually, yeah, the thing a little bit worries me is Montague, it's a very busy street. I know you have a fence. Do you mind explain a little bit more about the safety issue for the outdoor activity? Thank you.
Oh, sorry. The fence is like 5-foot fence, metal fence. We will be installing it, and there'll be a gate from the parking lot, but it won't be opened at any time, only for emergency or for fire or anything, only for emergency purposes. We will open the gate. Otherwise, the gate is always closed. We have a separate entrance from the building to go inside the outdoor parking area. We don't have to go outside at all.
Do you think 5 feet high is good enough? Or
yeah, we can. It's 6 feet height. As per the licensing, 4 feet is enough, but we want to put 6 feet high, and also we are on the little higher elevation from the road. But 6 feet is the one we are going to install. We'll be installing.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Next, Commissioner Hero.
Hi, I'm wondering if there's a chance that staff could put the slide back up of the overhead view of the proposed site. My concern is along the same lines as Commissioner Huang, in that San Tomas Expressway being a really super busy thoroughfare, and I live directly off of San Tomas, and I know that cars tend to, people in a hurry, they're trying to commute, they're trying to get to work. I just don't want to see children in harm's way that close to the expressway. And my question is, could the actual outdoor activities take place on site somewhere further away from that busy corner?
There's no other place that corner. I would like if Bonnie, the architect, can you answer for me, please?
If I could just interject real quick, I think the only other opportunity would to be in this location here, but
Yeah.
the children would have to travel through the parking lot in order to get there. That could be a concern.
Yes, I'm sorry. This is Bonnie with K Plus. I'm sorry, hold on. Let me mute.
In the meantime, Commissioner Hero, this is Gloria again. Just to clarify that due to the zoning and the allowable uses associated with the original project development, the childcare and school would be considered a permitted use. So we don't really have a discretion to say yes or no on the use itself. It's really just the outdoor area that, because it's exterior, it's coming before the commission for the use permit. So probably that's going to be a function of the market, that whether or not somebody wants to bring their child there based on the facilities that are available. So
I understand that, but I also think that we can all agree that the safety of the children is over and above any land use or permitting issue. There is nothing more important than that. And I know how people drive on San Tomas, and I know that having children outdoors permitted by the city on this corner, depending on safety mitigations, may or may not be a good idea.
Yes, definitely. That's certainly a consideration for granting the outdoor use area associated with the use permit. So perhaps the applicant can provide some context to that, how they chose this location as well.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, I have to speak slowly because I'm hearing some echo on my end. This is Bonnie with K Plus Designs, the architects for this client. So if we can pull up the site plan, Debbie, that'd be great.
The site plan?
Yes, correct. Do you have an overall site plan?
I only have the aerial in this, that's all.
The staff report should have a site plan.
Okay. You'll have to give me a minute.
Sure, thank you.
Staff is working to pull it up. You can just give us a minute.
Debbie, or I can share my screen if that's easier. Let me know, okay?
We're almost there. We're having to pull it up from the city's website. It's downloading, so it's going to take a minute.
While it's downloading, might you have another question, Commissioner Hero? That doesn't require the site plan?
I
that we're waiting to
actually,
download?
I just have a statement. I'm really, I'm over the top excited about the fact that they're gonna, they're proposing a daycare. And they seem like wonderful people, and the program looks awesome. And I am definitely in favor of a daycare, especially in that area. The only concern is I'd like to see more on the construction of the fence, because a simple chain link fence does not save off those children from speeding traffic on San Tomas.
I believe it's a wrought iron gate. It's right here. Here's the detail, the gate elevation. Let me see if I can blow that up. Here we go.
Oh no, this is not, this is the trash enclosure for the original proposal. So the gate detail is not detailed on the planning use permit. But what we called out is that they're going to use wood fencing, will not be a chain link fence.
So you're talking about wood fencing?
Correct.
A 4-foot tall redwood fence?
6 foot tall.
A 6-foot tall redwood fence?
The species is to be determined.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Yep.
Somebody by
Thank you,
San
Debbie.
Tomas right now. All right, I think we have question from Commissioner Salem.
Yes. Yeah, I think Commissioner Hero has got the right idea about the safety. I actually have a different concern than the fence. I have a concern around the fumes from that much consistent and continuous traffic during the day. I really think the kids need to be outside and have some activity, but if they're going to be exposed to carbon monoxide continuously at that nearby a road with that much traffic, I suspect there'll be some other issues to concern with. Yeah, mine's a statement more than a question. Is there any mitigation of the fact that they're going to have respiratory concern for being that close to that much exhaust? That's all. Thank you.
Any comment from the applicant about that? Perhaps it's a timing issue that could help mitigate it?
So regarding the Corvette, I said, can Bonnie help us to answer this, or should I answer it?
Please go ahead to address the air issue, the rest.
Okay, so we did, so the traffic will be, we'll go outdoor space in the morning around 10 o'clock, where there is very less traffic during the time. Mostly Montague's peak hours is morning 7 to 9 or 9:30, but we will go after that around 10 or 11 o'clock, like that, between 10 to 11. So that's the time. And then afternoon, between 3 to 4 or like that, that's the time. But peak hour starts after 5 on Montague. So that's what we are going to do in order for this carbon dioxide issue. I hope I answered the question.
Okay.
Yeah, and the fact that it's a closed fence instead of an open fence is probably good for the kids not being seen as targets for people going by the facility.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Salim. Move to Commissioner Ikezi.
Thank you, Chair. That corner where the kids are going to be playing is right next to the busy intersection. And there's only one redwood fence separating between the cars and the kids. So if there's an accident, and if a car careens into that corner at a high speed, are the children going to be protected?
And to answer that question, there is a 5 feet distance between the sidewalk and the gate and the fence. And then we are going to post around the fence the concrete post. So even if car hits, it would hit first, it has to touch the concrete post. So on all sides, we are going to post that one, the concrete post. So that's the safety measure we would like to do for the fencing.
Okay, so are the concrete posts going to be big enough to block a car coming in?
Yeah, if we put more posts next to each other in closer proximity, like 3 feet distance between the posts, so there's no chance the car, or 2 feet between. So as much as possible that a car cannot really hit the fence. And there's already concrete post is there, already existing is there, but we will be adding more on that, on all sides.
That's correct. So what Sophia mentioned is the safety polar. Usually is like 3 foot, 12 foot, 4 foot high. It could be made of concrete or metal. And so how we protect car from crashing into the property is actually to make sure the safety bollards are spaced properly.
And how big are those posts, the concrete posts?
It's 6 inches in diameter.
6 inches. I have no idea.
So there are a lot of prefab products in the market.
So how fast does the car needs to be in order to break through a 6-inch concrete?
No, it's the 6 inches diameters, and then they usually is placed like 6 foot apart or 7 foot apart, so that the car cannot break through them and hit the fence. So it's pretty much like those safety polars used in a lot of parking lots, like hospitals, some office buildings. Sometimes they install at the curb.
And your landlord says that's good enough for the. Yeah. I mean, I can imagine this could be a huge liability issue.
Yes, the landlord accepted for, we have a lease agreement with the landlord, and landlord knows all the details. We have submitted our architect drawings and everything to him, and he's aware.
It's not that it's I'm not sure if that's even our purview, but okay, all right, thank you. I'm still not convinced about the exhaust from the, I mean, I'm sure the exhaust gas can travel easily above a 5-foot fence. So I share the concerns that are raised by my other commissioners. I mean, I think it's wonderful to have a place to take care of children, but it's so close to the heavily trafficked area, and I think that, you know, a lot of people going to work after like 10 o'clock, so I don't think the traffic dies at 10. In fact, I think because it's one of the, you know, busiest intersections in Santa Clara, that Mission and San Tomas. So I'm still skeptical. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ikezi. We have Commissioner Bhatnagar, and then we'll go into round 2 with Commissioner Hero.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. One of the things that we do for analytical purposes in engineering is to do what's called a failure modes and effects analysis. I'm obviously not going to go into that, any of that detail, but the discussion going on here appears to be concerned about traffic and so on. The underlying concern that the commissioners are expressing here is it only takes one accident, one careening car in 10 years to give us this scenario where no amount of insurance money is going to take care of the pain that we would have caused. So I think from a failure modes and effects analysis perspective, there is a very significant liability on us to be approving this project when we have those very significant safety concerns. As much as we'd like to approve and enable your dreams to come true, it is a very significant safety concern for children in that area. And most certainly, a careening car at 30, 40 miles an hour, turning into that or outside of that area, losing control, it's enough. And the other part that I see is, poles that are concrete poles that are 6-inch diameter, 2 feet apart or 3 feet apart or 6 feet apart or 7 feet apart. That tells me that that analysis has not been done. And so without a full safety consideration or some kind of a mitigation for the safety of the children out there, I would not be prepared to approve this project. So that's my statement. My question, Chair, is to the staff. Do we have any idea of the accident rate at this traffic junction compared to others in the city?
Staff?
Debbie, was there any information, or did we look?
No,
I don't know.
Yeah, no, it was reviewed by traffic engineering and the police department as well, and they did not provide any comments. And the fire department as well.
Thank you, Debbie.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's move to Commissioner Hero.
Yeah, I'd like to make a suggestion to the applicant, and that would be to bring back your application to the Planning Commission with a much more substantial fence design for that corner that would mitigate the immediate problem of traffic, speeding vehicles, and accidents. So in my construction history and my past, it would be suggested that that corner would have a fence constructed out of tube steel. And you might consider that overkill, but nothing is more important than those children. We're talking about 30 kids, and the possibility of even one of them being hurt or worse is not something I care to wear the burden of. If you were to bring back a plan with a safety mitigation for those children on that corner that was more substantial, I'm still confused on whether or not this fence is wood or concrete. When I asked my question, I was told it was constructed of wood, and then all of a sudden the concrete came up from somewhere. I don't know where. What I'd like to see is for the applicant to bring back a new design, safety mitigation for that corner, a fence constructed out of tube steel, something much more substantial than wood or concrete. And it doesn't have to be, 4 or 5 feet tall, but it does have to be something that would keep a car from coming through it. Chain link does not do that. Wood does not do that. And if the cars are really traveling fast, concrete will not do that. However, a tube steel constructed fence I would be much more favorable to approving the project. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Harris, sure, we will consider putting that tube steel fence for sure. Yes. And we will bring it back to you.
I'm sorry, so I think there was some confusion when we mentioned about the safety boulders. Safety boulders is actually separate from the fence construction. That's what we were trying to convey. But after hearing all the comments, the team definitely will look into providing a more, sorry, I'm hearing.
Yeah, I'm not sure we heard the last part.
Yeah, the team would definitely consider providing a different kind of design of the fence. For example, it could be a metal construction fence. We also just talked about we can use CMU blocks or concrete block fencing. That would be something that we'll think about as well.
Okay, thank you. Our next up is Commissioner Salam.
Thank you.
Round two.
Yeah, Commissioner Hero has it absolutely right.
Yeah.
You're not going to get a safety situation with a wood fence. I'm sure with his construction, he could suggest many options. I've seen the concrete filled steel pylon barriers that they use on other roads. You can just put 3 or 4 of those around the corner and nothing's going to get through short of a Mack truck. The suggestion I have, and I think I need staff to jump in on this, is there any option for them to build a sunroom style outdoor play area with controlled air so that you mitigate the whole issue of noise, fumes, just about every part of the problem goes away if it's actually an extension of the main area that they are normally in during the day, but with more airflow and more light and visibility for the kids. So I just wanted to pass it as a suggestion that maybe investigate a sunroom style addition instead of just an open air play area with all of the other impacts around it. Okay, thank you.
I think maybe the applicants should respond to that, because I thought in previously that there is a requirement of the state of California that they have to have fresh air and exposure to the outside as part of the licensing requirement. So
right, and there are filtration systems that satisfy that hugely. That's very quick and easy, but you can't control the air in a completely open air situation. So the fume impact is going to be uncontrollable without it being an enclosure of some sort. But it's not an enclosure in the sense of being inside of a concrete building. It's I'm sure you've seen sunrooms. They're just basically all glass, but they could have an air filtration system that is not super expensive, but I'm sorry, it's not cheap either. It's not going to be as nice as a plain open air playground. Anyway,
just to bring up the constraints with that outside their abilities, I would think are going to be they are not the property owners.
Right. And I know there's going to be huge issues. I'm sure there's going to be changing the footprint of the building. It's, you're going to have building permits. It's just going to be a lot more difficult, but
the original use permit would need to be amended as well.
A step towards something is better than a complete denial. I just hope that they don't give up. I just don't think I can support it the way it is, simply for the number of reasons that we've all mentioned. Thank you.
And I just bring those up just so that everybody's aware there's other
Right. It's no
other issues that need to be addressed beyond just an enclosure.
Thank you, Debbie. We're on round 2, Commissioner Hero.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that the project be approved pending the installation and design of a tube steel, more substantial, safety approved fence barrier between the children's play area and the traffic of San Tomas and Thomas Avenue.
You may want to pause that because we
Yeah.
haven't done public input yet.
Yes, thank you, Salim. Yeah, we have to have the opportunity for public comment, and we'll come back to you. Okay.
Understood. Thank you.
All right. Are there any other questions from, I'm looking, I don't see any other questions right now from commissioners. So I think at this point we can move to public comments. Do we have any, staff? I don't see any.
No, there are no hands raised in Zoom and no comments in e-comment.
Okay, then that
Move
puts
to
us.
close public
Thank
comment.
You. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, that's Commissioner Salim on the motion, and was that Long?
Second,
On the
yeah.
second? Okay.
And I just suggested to the chair that we just do voice votes to close public hearing to save time. So you could just say all in favor, aye, and then just take the ayes and the nays.
I'll make it even easier. Are there any objections? Speak up. No objections, then the motion passes to close public debate, and we go back to commissioner deliberations. And I think, Rick, I don't see any
There's
other
the
hands up.
rebuttal if they want to speak.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you. That's why you're the former
Thanks,
chair that I
Dander,
listened to.
for beating this into my head over the entire year.
Now you get to beat it into mine. Okay, deal. It's all right. We all get along, even when we don't do things the way I'm supposed to. All right. Where the heck were we?
At this
Okay,
point, it
go
would be
back
the
to-
applicant's rebuttal, even though there wasn't
you.
any opposing other than comments from the commissioners. So if they want to have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Do we have any comments from the applicant?
Yes, ma'am. One of them was mentioning about closing, having a sunroom. But as per the licensing, only part of the outdoor can be covered, like a shade part. So maybe half of it or 3/4 can be covered, not the entire area. So we can cover part of it, and then we can do the air filtration system like one of the commissioner mentioned. We can do that one. And we will take every step to the recommendations given by Commissioner Harrow for the steel, tube steel fence. We would definitely consider that. And so we just see the need that there's need a childcare, but we also agree that safety of the child takes the highest priority than anything else. Since I'm being in this childcare for 10, 11 years and having kids of my own, I definitely see safety of kids takes the priority in this one. So we will definitely take all your recommendations, and we will, we don't want to give up on this one. We will, because this is my first project, so I really don't want to give up on this project, but we will definitely, cost is not important, but safety is important. So we will definitely take all your recommendations, and we will submit the plan of action, and hope we get approved at that stage, just being positive. That's all. And thank you so much for giving us an opportunity to present it to you guys.
Thank you, Adlin. That was helpful.
And Chair Biagini, can I just clarify for the applicants that the comments that Commissioner Harrow made and the recommendations, those would be conditions of approval. So there wouldn't be something to consider afterwards. They would be requirements. So staff would ensure that they are executed in accordance with whatever the final recommendation from the commission is, but that would be a requirement. It wouldn't be optional. So make sure she understands that.
Thank you for the
Yeah.
clarification. Understood, right?
Okay, so.
Okay, Commissioner
The
Ikezi.
commissioner made that suggestion during the public hearing portion of this item. So do we need to make a motion now to
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I make a motion to reject this.
Well, I
this-
think Commissioner Harrow had a motion ready to go. And I said I would call on him as soon as we close debate. So is that okay with you, Commissioner Ikezi? I suspect it's going to be very similar.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Commissioner Harrow?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve the applicant's application with the condition of safing off the corner with a fence that is substantial enough to actually deter a car from accidentally breaching that play area. And in that, it would be, they would have to submit a design for a fence that would be much more substantial than wood or chain link. And I don't know exactly what the criteria for that fence would be. My suggestion is tube steel and metal panel construction, and at least 6 feet high would be my suggestion. And I would like to add that to the motion, please.
Do I have a second?
Okay, I would like to suggest an amendment, and I don't know if this counts as, this would be a friendly amendment, because Commissioner Harrow is asking the applicant to submit a design for a modified traffic barrier. So is that something that the planning department staff can review by themselves, or is it something that the commission would want to see again? And if we need to look at it, then maybe we should reject this application and have the applicant come back, unless, it's going to incur a huge amount of application fee. So I'd like to understand that a little bit, because I'm still concerned about the safety, and we're no engineering experts, and I'm not sure if we can review the application and decide whether it's safe or not. But right
Concrete
now,
filled.
right now,
Okay,
I'm
I think
not sure what is the right thing to do.
It would be up to the commission how you want to proceed. I mean, we could take some reasonable precautions and consult both with the police department and have the applicant really work with a structural engineer to say withstand whatever the traffic is in that area. So to say, consider a certain level of speed or potential impact, and then to mitigate that as best as possible. So if you want to see something like that come back, otherwise we could set up some parameters and review this with our traffic department, find out if there's any collisions in that area or average speed and that kind of thing, and take that into account when the barrier is redesigned.
Let me see if this would be helpful. I don't know if this would work or not. We don't have a second yet, but I'm wondering, to satisfy Commissioner Ikezi's concerns, which I don't think are completely out of line with the way or the momentum from Commissioner Harrow, is there a way staff could help us draft the motion that encompasses both of those, and then I'll look for the second And then I've got two commissioners with hands up. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I really like that. Thank you, Chair.
No problem. I'm looking to
Would you
staff for
like me
help
to,
then.
would you like me to withdraw the motion for now?
That's your call. Perhaps Commissioner Salem or Bhatnagar may have a different one, and we can go down that road because I think we have the kind of the concept there, but it's a question of verbiage. So with all due respect to Commissioner Hero and Akazi, can I go to Commissioner Salem and then Commissioner Bhatnagar?
Well, my suggestion is really simple. I think we need to put some trust in our city engineers that our wording for the motion could benefit everybody by being a little less specific and say, we will depend upon the city to work with the applicant to propose a design that meets sufficiently the protection necessary for an outdoor activity on that corner of that busy street with whatever engineering design they feel is sufficient. They have a great deal of experience with this, I think. Trust me.
And I'd also like to mention that another commissioner suggested that the air quality would be a concern because it's one of the busiest intersections. So any modification to the application, I feel, should address that issue as well.
Would this be helpful, Commissioner Salem? I think I like where you were headed. Might you want to format a motion that, you know, comma, encompasses the concerns expressed about car impacts and air quality? Yeah, you know I'm hitting you with that.
I know you would. That's
nice.
your revenge. I could.
Well, I'm trying to encompass the
propose
feeling.
something on the fly, but I was going to move that they adopt the plan of as recorded with the addition of sufficient safety engineering in a fence for that corner to protect the outdoor activities of the children from expected traffic collisions that could result in an intrusion into that space, and sufficient air management to fend off the majority of the fumes. That is very vague, but at the same time conveys, I think, what we're trying to accomplish, which is improve the quality of the space and safety for the children. I don't want to set limits on it too much because I'm not the engineer that would have to be the one to work with the applicant for that. But if there's friendly amendments to that, I'm certainly willing to.
Let's see if we can get a second, and then we can go to any friendly amendments or further discussion. Do I hear a second? I don't. Okay, let's
Then
move.
we need a better crafter.
Okay. Commissioner Bhatnagar and then Commissioner Huang. Commissioner Bhatnagar.
I'm sorry, I had my mic on mute
Okay,
and I was
right.
talking. So one of the things that I'd actually like to add, and this was already mentioned by Commissioner Salem, is the issue of traffic noise. So imagine the San Tomas lights are green and cars are passing at 50 miles an hour. That's the 45 to 50 miles an hour is the speed limit, by the way, right? And you know how many people do the speed limit here. And you're a child, or maybe one of us can go to this space and try and have a conversation outside with the traffic going on about 10 feet away from you. So the noise aspect is also very important. And, you know, in general, what we are seeing here is that there are other health and noise and other impacts that I don't see that we are all capable of outlining specifically in a motion. So might be advisable to make it broad, send it back, and have a good look at all of the safety aspects surrounding the safety of our children. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Bhatnagar. Commissioner Huang?
Hi, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think, I have the same concern as Commissioner Hero. I also agree with the former chair. So I think we don't need this case to come back, since we are not the professional to make the judgment. So my recommendation is approve with the condition and trust the city staff to make the right decision about how strong the fence should be. Regarding to the air quality, that is the issue, but I think it's I think it's too difficult for the big care to take care of that part, since they are not the owner. So I feel maybe they can pick the time slot. See, the street is not that busy during that time. Let the kids do some outdoor activity. So yeah, that's just my thought. Yeah, thank you.
Let me try this before I go back to Commissioner Harrow. I think we're all kind of nibbling around the edges of the same sandwich, so to speak. Commissioner Huang, if we picked up on Commissioner Salam's suggestion that we move to adopt the plan with the addition of safety engineering and staff's involvement to protect kids from expected car collisions, sufficient air quality and noise pollution mitigation, does that get us where we want to go?
Yes.
So would that be a motion that you might want to make and somebody would want a second?
Yeah, I can second. Yeah.
Well, if you got to make it.
I'll give you a second. Because that's what I
Okay,
was saying.
long motion.
That's much more- Yeah.
All right, and then we have Commissioner Harrow. We have a motion and a second. So Commissioner Harrow.
What is the motion?
It was, I know poor Elizabeth is probably trying to write all this down. Let me see if I captured it accurately from my notes. That Commissioner Huang's motion was to move that we adopt the plan with the addition of safety, engineering, and staff to work on the issues dealing with the fencing to protect kids from, I'm using the word expected car collisions, and sufficient air quality and noise pollution. That those would be the conditions that we would want safety engineering and staff to work with the applicant in order to approve it, in which case then they wouldn't have to come back to us. Did I capture that okay?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
All right. I don't see any other hands up, so unless Xander wants to remind us of something.
I'd just like some clarification to the chair.
Okay.
So it sounds like you're heading towards putting a condition, and the determination of whether or not it'll be satisfied will be at the discretion of a city staff person. So I guess the question is, which city staff person? I would suggest maybe just to the satisfaction of the director of community development, and the director will figure out a more appropriate place for that to land if the director himself doesn't want to make that determination, maybe the traffic engineer. So I would say perhaps we could add that clause into it, you know, that the developer shall come up with this plan to the satisfaction of the community development to do X, Y, and Z. Secondly, I'm afraid I don't quite understand what you're suggesting about air quality or noise pollution. I can certainly understand putting in a thicker fence, a sturdier fence, a safer fence. I don't understand what you're going to do to air pollution in an outdoor area. And I need to have you put in a condition that is enforceable. And I don't know how we would enforce that. So can you give me more specifics about what would, I mean, is there technology that can improve air quality? I'm afraid I just don't have that knowledge base.
I'm afraid we were hoping there might be somebody there that did. I think there was some idea, well, let me go to Commissioner Harrow. He's out of construction, and then Commissioner Bhatnagar. They may have some suggestions here. Commissioner Harrow?
So on the fence or barrier issue between the traffic and a potential for 30 some odd preschool kids, I think we can mitigate both the danger of the traffic and the noise with a tall enough fence. And I don't know if that's going to be considered an eyesore or if that's going to take a separate variance to get something tall enough to mitigate the noise. So I live off of San Tomas Expressway, and what they have there is a cinder block barrier that they just, when they put in the bike path, they raised the wall 2 feet. The reason they did that was to save us off from speeding collisions, which happen. Fatalities happen on San Tomas, people. I don't know if we're aware of that, but I certainly am because I live right here. And that fence that currently exists on San Tomas that safes off the bike trail and the traffic from San Tomas was built to that height to mitigate the noise in the neighborhood. So the height of the fence really should come into play. And if we have to have a variance for that, for aesthetic reasons, then we need to take a look at that as well. Of course, the safety of those children is number one over and all. And as much as I agree with Chair Salim on the air quality issues, if we could filter out those issues for the whole world in an outdoor situation, we'd be on a much better planet. But I don't really see that happening. I don't know that that's realistic, keeping an outdoor environment. And that's all I've got. Thank you.
But Commissioner Hero, this is not just any outdoor environment. It's at the intersection, at a busy intersection where there will be a lot of fume from cars. And we're talking about children who are more sensitive, I'm sure, to pollution. So I think it's something that maybe it's not something enforceable. Maybe this is not the good location for what the applicant proposes. But I'm still concerned that the exhaust and fumes, the impact of the exhaust and fumes on the children will not be.
Yeah, Commissioner Casey, you may be right on point with it being an unhealthy location for outdoor activities for preschool children. You might be right on point with that. But what I'm saying is I live right next to San Tomas too, and I breathe that all day long. There's not much I can do about it. There's no way to really mitigate that. And that's my point.
Okay,
so
I agree.
if you feel that denying the applicant's application or not approving that application, that I understand that. But however, I can't really see a legitimate way to mitigate it.
Okay,
That's
let's go back to the order. I know that we had Commissioner Salim, who's been patiently waiting with his hand up. Commissioner Salim.
Okay, I appreciate it. I didn't want to belabor the points. There are examples of positive airflow with filtration that can do it for outdoor spaces. It's not a huge space. If you're going to have a tall wall, you put 2 fans within the space, and it creates a positive pressure airflow. So that's just in one example. And I really didn't want to say, this is how you have to do it. I would like the engineers to come up. And if they say at the end of the day, it's just too big a problem, we can't deal with it, then proceed on. but that's in the hands of the engineers for the city to make that determination. I don't feel qualified to set specific limitations on how to deal with it. That's the only comment I can make. But I really totally agree with Commissioner Hero that it's a tough problem. But it's possible that there won't be a solution, in which case it'll never pass through the city.
Well, not only that, there's a very fine line between what's considered indoor and outdoor,
Yes, exactly.
right? You build a glass house, it's still going to be considered indoor and may not meet their requirements.
Right, I totally agree.
Is that helpful, Xander?
Thank you. Yes, that does help. Well, it's very helpful if you go with Commissioner Hero's angle and jettison the air quality portion. If you want to continue to include it, we can leave it in. Just I'm just saying I would have trouble coming up with a condition like that when I'm not even clear what the technology is.
Understood. So it's the air quality piece that is a bit problematic. I will go back to the maker of the motion and the seconder as to whether or not they want to continue to keep the air quality portion in the motion, and then we can continue with the hands that are raised.
Yeah, I think we can remove the air quality
right?
Issue. Yeah, I think Xander really made a very good point. It's impossible to, yeah.
And is that okay with the seconder? Actually, right now, I'm not sure I remember who seconded the motion.
I'm sorry. Yes, that's okay with me because I understand the complexity, and it may be an issue that we can't solve. Thank you.
Okay, then what I still have for discussion is, and I'm not sure the order, Bhatnagar, Akezi, and that's it. Just Akezi and Salim, are you?
Thank you, Chair. So,
Okay.
There was one comment by Commissioner Salem that I didn't understand. I believe he said that if there is no solution for mitigating the air quality issue, then go ahead. What did Commissioner Salem mean by going ahead to go ahead and approve this use permit, or go ahead and try to fix it, or because
No, that's where my issue falls apart. Unfortunately, it's like, if it can't be solved, then I would be against passing it as because I share a lot of the concerns that the other commissioners have. That there's these kids are going to be in the middle of really poor air quality. They're going to be in the middle of lots of noise. They're going to be in the middle of dangers from cars. It's not a good situation, and we as commissioners can't solve it, but we can at least recommend that the city work diligently with the applicant to see if there is a solution, and if they can't find a solution, to deny it.
okay, then I'm in agreement with Commissioner Salem. I agree with you completely. If there is no viable solution to make sure that the children are able to breathe good quality air, be free from inordinate amount of noise from the traffic, and be kept safe from traffic accident, then I don't think it makes sense for us to approve this project either. So yes, I think the children are more sensitive to environmental hazards, and I think we have a duty to make sure that they're kept safe. So thank you.
So that would then become part of the motion. Take out the issue about sufficient air quality and explain it better by saying, if no viable solution for a good quality, I don't know, of air, that a solution for a good quality of air must, help me out, staff.
I think that trying to have us mitigate, basically mediate between the air quality issue really isn't going to work. I don't think the staff wants that responsibility to make that determination. So either you leave out the requirement for the air quality and take the vote on that, see what the if that's the maker of the motion, or, because otherwise we're talking about and I think the applicant mentioned that they could possibly enclose half the area, but that would still leave part of the outdoor area exposed. But I believe that's required under the state licensing. So some of it has to be exposed to the natural light and air, whatever that air quality is. There's not a stipulation. So if you're not in agreement about that, then it probably would be better to bring it back if you have all these things. I think we could deal with a secure fence that would reasonably withstand, an impact of a certain X number of speed, that kind of thing. But beyond that, I don't know that there's really anything that we would do that would coincide with the requirements under the state licensing for the outdoor play area.
Okay, I'm struggling to try to help here, but I think Commissioner Harrow, and I know you have your hand up, as does Commissioner Bhatnagar, but I know that Commissioner Harrow had made the comment that it could be a 2-for-1 solution if it was for lack of a better terminology, strong enough barricade that was also tall enough to deal with both. That just left the issue of fumes. And if that isn't something that is workable for staff, maybe I'll throw this out for what it's worth. Maybe then it does come back to us to see where we're at and see if we at that point in time then want to approve it. I don't know, I'm trying to help here. So that said, let me go back to Commissioner Bhatnagar and then Commissioner Harrow. Commissioner Bhatnagar? There you are. You're on.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to lower my hand.
All
right,
okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I said earlier that I would not support this project as it stands. And I think there are enough cats out of the bag, and we are trying to put them all in some bag that you can make them fit in. Not the best of approaches. So one approach, Chair, might be to, as some commissioners have suggested, to reject it at this point. The applicants have heard our comments, have heeded them, have committed to heed them, and let them come back with a new proposal that we can all consider one more time. Why are we constraining them to mitigate this or that, and how in this way or that way? They've heard all the concerns about noise, the air pollution, and the safety. Let them develop a proposal and come back to us. So that would be my suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Salam.
Yeah, I wanted to avoid turning this into an architectural discussion in the design class. Googling gives you quite a few quick answers to positive air pressure flow systems or filtration systems for outdoor. You partially cover the play area and you install one unit at the end. It's like an air conditioner compressor. It takes the air, it filters it, and it pushes it into the space, which then pushes the air out from the fumes reaching the space. These things exist. It's not free, but it's all known technology. Painters use it inside of closed spaces. People do it in a number of different applications. That's why I think it would be possible for the applicant to find a solution. But I still hold with all the other opinions that if we can't manage safety, sound, and air for these kids being outside for that long time, I can't support the proposal.
Okay, Commissioner Harrow, did you have more or just hadn't lowered your hand yet? I wasn't sure.
No, I would like to make a suggestion.
Okay.
With my construction background, there have been a gazillion projects where the workers complained about air quality, whether it be a welding machine running outside the building and those fumes coming inside the building and people getting nauseous and stuff like that. So my point is to do an air quality test at different hours on that corner may just mitigate the whole concern for any of it. Why doesn't the applicant hire a third-party agency to come in and monitor that space outdoors during morning rush hour, basically during the hours that they would be operating? I mean, I think that that would be, it might just take this whole thing out of the equation. It would be a really good solution to a problem that we may not even have.
Yeah, we're just guessing.
That's correct.
All
So
right.
before we blow this thing up into something that, Jesus, we're poisoning the kids, let's just find out if there's an issue to begin with. How does that sound?
Great.
I support that, but then this will put additional cost burden on a small business. So I think the applicant needs to figure out what is the most cost-effective solution that is going to meet our concerns.
It's a one-time cost.
Yeah.
A
And it's
one-time study,
automated.
real
too.
simple. It's not even expensive.
Yeah, it's automated and it just sits there for a couple of days.
So I'm trying to figure out if we are talking in support of the motion or not, or if we should just go to a vote. You know, if we're going to go to a vote, you know, help me out here.
Yeah, it sounds like there's too many things outstanding that this item
Yeah.
should really be continued to basically bring
think
back
so.
information regarding the air quality, noise, and protection from potential vehicle impacts, and then see what their revised proposal, how much of that they can address and in what fashion, and see whether you're comfortable with it, and then you can consider approving or not approving a use permit based on that revised information.
Thank you, Gloria. I think that's really helpful. So from a procedural point of view right now, help me out a little bit here. Would that
Yeah,
mean
so-
that we withdraw the motion or vote it down, or what's procedurally the best
Yeah, I
way?
think you have to, I'm not sure there was ever a motion that everyone agreed upon in the second or so. You may,
Yeah,
I don't
okay.
think you have a motion right now, so you could, or Xander?
There is a motion on the floor.
Yeah.
Oh.
Commissioner Juan made it and Commissioner Salim seconded it. Suggest you withdraw that if you want this continued. Before you continue it, you need to reopen the public hearing so we don't have to renotice. So three actions.
Okay.
1, withdraw the current motion. 2, reopen the public hearing. 3, move to continue to a date certain, if that's the pleasure of the commission.
Yeah, and I just don't know how much time the applicants will need, so that's what I was gonna say, it might be hard to pinpoint a specific date to get all that done and submitted, so.
We can do it to a date uncertain, it's just we need to renotice it in that case.
Right, well, we can continue it for maybe for 60 days, and then if we need to continue it again to allow the applicant time, that way it'll be still continued to specific.
We could do October 27th.
Okay, let's do that.
All
I
right,
believe
so
also that- doesn't this also negate them having to do any kind of reapplication fee or anything like that? It's just
Correct.
still part of the, good.
Thank you.
Save as much money as we can for them, give them a chance to address it. Yeah, I'm so in support.
okay, so do I hear a withdraw for the motion?
Okay, withdraw the motion.
And I believe the seconder is okay with that.
Yep.
So at this, and I will say, let me just make one final comment. I think what's clear from what I'm hearing is that we all have a lot of positive feelings about the objective of a childcare center where it's at. We think the applicant did a great job of presenting. We just want to build in protections. So I'm sure the applicant has been busy taking notes. They kind of see where it's going. We can reopen at this point, public comment.
Motion
think
to
that-
reopen, please.
Motion to reopen public comment.
Second.
Any objections? Hearing none, public comment is reopened. Do we have anybody for public comment?
No, motion to continue is the next step. So I will motion to continue
Okay, well, there's no comments.
So October 27th.
to October 22nd.
And do I have a second on that?
Second.
Okay, then on the motion to continue to October 27th, Elizabeth, can you take the vote?
I sure can. Please just, I had a couple different things going on here. Who made this motion to
That's
continue
okay.
to October 22nd?
I did. Lance.
You I had to change this a couple times now. Let's-
I believe it was the chair and that Lance seconded it.
No, I motioned and then
He made the motion.
Who seconded then? Was it you?
No, I think it was,
Commissioner Huang.
yeah, I thought it was Commissioner Huang.
No,
So the
motion, that was the with, okay, never mind. You're right.
Commissioner Huang, did you second Lance's motion?
Yes. Yeah. I
Okay,
second.
we're good.
All right, good to go.
So this motion was made by Commissioner Salam
Elaine.
and seconded by Chair
Wang.
Biagini and
No.
Commissioner Wang.
Wang.
Yeah.
and this is to continue the item to October 22nd.
Yes. Thank you, Elizabeth.
27.
27.
27.
Okay.
Whatever Xander says is our next meeting.
Maybe.
Okay.
Or our next
So
meeting.
this says October 22nd. I will change it in the minutes because I'm not quite sure how to go back and change that. So let's take the vote. Commissioner Biagini,
Yes.
Commissioner Hero,
Aye.
Commissioner Wang,
Yes.
Commissioner Casey,
Yes.
Commissioner Salam,
Yes.
Commissioner Ratnagar.
Yes.
Thank you. And the motion passes.
Okay, thank you, everybody. That was a full discussion, and I'm sure the applicant has taken some pretty good notes. Let's move to our last item on public hearing for tonight, which is action on a variance request for a reduced side setback and substandard interior garage width and increased lot coverage in conjunction with the proposed first and second story addition at 3467 Golden State Drive. Now, right just before we have staff give their presentation, I want to remind fellow commissioners that we are at 9:32. We endeavor to have a meeting completed at 10. Let's see how it goes. Okay, so staff, if you could do the presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. This is Nimisha Agrawal. Good evening, Commissioners. Good evening, Madam Chair, Associate Planner, and also the project manager for this project. Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. So the item before you, the request before you is a variance request. It's a threefold request in association with a first floor and a second floor addition to the existing two-story single-family home located at 3467 Golden State Drive. The first part of the variance request is for encroachment into the required 5-foot side setback. The second part is for a substandard interior garage width of 17 feet 6 inches, where 20 feet is the requirement for the zoning code. And the third and the last request third part of the request is for the proposed lot coverage of 40.9% that exceeds the maximum permissible lot coverage of 40%. Here is the site highlighted in red in the aerial. The site, it's a 5,000 square feet lot located at the intersection very close to the Golden State Drive and Curtis Avenue. The zoning is R1-6L and the general plan is very low density residential. The site is currently occupied with a 1,758 square feet, 2-story home with a 4-bedroom and 2 baths. Here is the street view. It's the house in the middle. That's shown here that's the subject site. Here is the site plan. As I mentioned, this is a 5,000 square feet lot, which is a little smaller than our standard lot in this zoning district, R1-6L. But there are many lots where there are several lots of this size within the city. It is also substandard in width at 50 feet, whereas 60 feet is standard width in the R1-6L zoning district. The current house, that current two-story house was constructed in 1955, and it predates our zoning code, which was adopted in 1969. And it was built at a 4-foot setback to the east. Later in 2004, a minor modification proving a reduced side setback of 3 feet 9 inches to the west was provided in association with the first floor addition and expanding the living room and converting the existing family space on the second floor into a master bedroom suite. The modification also included a cantilever, second floor cantilever into the front yard and a decorative balcony on the front elevation. To explain it a little bit better, just if we go back to the street view, it shows this balcony and then the cantilever we can see a little bit here in the picture. So the current proposal is to add 250 square feet on the first floor shown here in the dark. So this is to the side and a little bit to the rear. Also a 675 square feet addition on the second floor shown here in the red. And also a small addition to the garage, 48 square feet and a front porch. This would result in a 6-bedroom, 4-bathroom house with a lot coverage of 40.9%, whereas as I mentioned earlier, 40% is the maximum allowed lot coverage in the R1-6L zoning district. This new addition, as you see here in the site plan, it would be built, it is proposed to be constructed at the same setback of 4 feet, whereas the zoning code requires a 5-foot setback. Also, per the general plan requirement, a further expansion of this house requires them to provide a 2-car garage. Currently, the house is constructed with a 1-car garage. And so the proposal is to increase the width of the garage to make it a 2-car garage. However, the interior width that is proposed is approximately 17 feet 6 inches, and that is short of the required interior width of 20 feet in the zoning district. I would also like to mention that the proposal meets the front setback requirement of 20 feet, and it exceeds the 20 feet setback requirement, rear setbacks requirement. It has a larger setback to the rear. Here is the data for, just shown in a tabular format. As I mentioned, R1-6L zoning district. It's a 5,000 square feet lot occupied with a 1,758 square feet home, 2-story single family home, and with the 250 square feet addition on the first floor and 675 square feet addition on the second floor, it would be a 2,683 square feet home with a 418 square feet garage. And then again, the lot coverage would exceed the requirement at 40.9%, exceed the maximum permissible lot coverage at 40.9%. Here are the existing floor plans. The first floor plan shows the 3 bedrooms to the rear here. Living room is the 1-car garage and the staircase leading to the second floor. And here is the master bedroom suite. As you see, it sort of cantilevers about 2 feet. Here are the proposed plans, the first floor plan. So here is the addition, family room addition, and the kitchen is relocated into this area. And the garage is expanded at an interior width of 17 feet 6 inches. Closets are added to the bedrooms, and so this is some addition to the rear here has been done, is being proposed. On the second floor, it will have 2 additional bedrooms will be added. And the second floor is set back at 4 feet to the west and 5 feet from to the east from the first floor walls. The ratio of the second floor to the first floor is 57%. So as you see, there are 3 bedrooms and 2 baths on the first floor and 3 bedrooms and 2 baths on the second floor. Here are the elevations. I have put the front elevation, both the existing and the proposed, on the same slide as to provide a comparison. So we see the existing balcony and the existing balcony here, and this is the proposed elevation. Here is the rear elevation, both existing and proposed. Here is the side elevation. This is the right side elevation. The proposal provides a window sills at 5 feet to maintain some privacy for the neighbors. And here is the other side elevation to provide, again, the windows are provided at a 5-foot sill height. So for the variance, the subject property has numerous existing non-conforming conditions and has already received privileges to expand with modifications. As for the findings for the variance, staff is not able to make the key finding in key variance finding that there are unusual conditions applying to the land or building which do not generally apply in the same district, in that the lot is rectangular in shape. It is one of many lots of this size in the city, and the applicants can expand the square footage within the required setback area in a manner that does not exceed the lot coverage requirements. The applicant has provided letter of support from the neighbors, and staff has also received public comments in opposition of the project. We had provided the commission with the 2 letters that were received. And there was another letter received where they wanted to stay anonymous, and also received a phone call in opposition of this project. With that, the staff recommendation is to adopt a resolution denying the request for this variance. And that concludes my presentation. The applicants are here, and they may want to share and speak about the project.
I think first, let's see if there are any questions from commissioners to you, Namisha. Let me see, I'm trying to pull up my list here. If there's any, you know what, I can't see. I can't. There's a whole lot of changing going on.
Commissioner Saleem has a question.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Saleem.
Thank you. It's kind of a simple question. Hopefully it's not too hard of the math on how much of the addition needs to be reduced to hit the 40.0%. How many feet are of addition or inches?
I think I had done the math. I don't have the number on the top of my head right now, but I believe if they would provide a 5-foot setback here, they may be very close to it. That's my recollection. So this is about, I think this is about 22 feet approximately by a little less than 13 feet to that order. So not a very big square footage.
Okay, thank you.
Unmute it. She mutes me, the panel, the chair.
Okay.
I will unmute, they mute it because they will only let us speak on that.
There is,
When they say we can.
We're a little ahead of the curve on the.
yeah, I think we have some attendees that are, I'm not sure who. Were there any other commissioner questions for staff? Because I have one.
Go for it.
Let me go ahead with mine. On the report, staff, it talks about the subject property has numerous existing non-conforming conditions and has already received privileges to expand with modifications. Could you go in a little more detail about what that's about? I'm not sure I captured all that.
Yeah, sure. So the first non-conforming situation on the site is that the house was constructed at a 4-foot setback, whereas a 5-foot setback is required. And the original house was constructed, and construction predates our zoning code. So it is an existing legal non-conforming condition.
Oh, let me see if I can make this a little easier for you. I'm more interested on non-conforming conditions that were not a result of what was okay at the time isn't okay now.
Okay. So they were approved a modification to build at a expand the living room in 2004. So that is also a legal non-conforming condition though. I take that back. That is an approved modification. So it is still like, that is the modification that they have been provided. Does that help answer the question?
Yes, it does. Thank you. I don't see any other commissioner questions, so I think this would be a good time for our patient applicant.
If I may just add one more thing.
Yes.
So the second floor addition, which was done in 2004, also cantilevers over into the front yard about 2 feet. So that's also one of the conditions that is not typical or that would be allowed now.
Okay, thank you. This would be a good time to move to the applicant for their presentation.
Chair, I have one quick question.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand. Go ahead, Commissioner.
I just raised it. Thank you.
Okay.
So my understanding of how this works is from the other hearings I've heard is that a non-conforming condition that existed earlier needs to be like you don't get an automatic pass when you on the existing non-conforming conditions. If you want to do this kind of remodeling to the house, the non-existing conditions have to be brought into, must be made conforming.
I can simplify that.
Yeah, thank you.
If you have a legal non-conforming situation, which we would qualify this property to be legal non-conforming, then you have to expand in a conforming manner unless you obtain either a use permit or a variance. So it depends on the situation. So the obligation is to expand in a conforming manner. Now the applicant wants to do something outside of that, since the building is at a substandard setback already, they want to expand along those existing wall lines. But as Namisha said, there's been we have a legal non-conforming situation, plus they have already received modifications previous to this. And so at this point, we're not supportive of a continuation of expansion in a non-conforming manner.
So all these non-conforming setbacks technically need to become conforming.
No.
They do not.
No, just anything beyond that point. If it was constructed prior to the adoption of the city's zoning code, which the building was actually originally constructed, but going forward, it's supposed to be constructed in a conforming manner, meeting the zoning code. But they did apply for years ago a modification to reduce the side yard setback on one side, and they received that because of the width of the lot. But to continue in that fashion and to, essentially what we're saying is it's over improving, it's 6 bedrooms. It's a very large house for the size of the lot, and this isn't consistent with our previous approval. So it would be considered essentially an extra privilege that other properties of similar size would have more constraint. So, and that's the complete opposite purpose of granting a variance, so that there's not any special privilege involved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we do have another question, Commissioner Saline.
So I wanted to check with staff that basically if they knocked a foot off the width of the kitchen, that would solve the setback issue and the lot coverage issue, but that neither of those affect the garage width issue. By adding bedrooms, you're expected to add car space. So no matter what the expansion fixes were, we're still left with that one, right?
Yes, we would still be left with that one, but my understanding is that the staircase is also constructed. It's a new staircase since the garage is being expanded, and the applicant can clarify on that. And as I have stated, the width here, which is approximately, it's a little more than 20 feet maybe, or close to 20 feet. So that could be probably accommodated to provide a wider garage as well.
I see. So there are adjustments that could be made to bring it into conformance in the legal non-conforming level without exceeding the current addition conformance level. Oh God. I think I
yes,
said
that is correct. Yeah, that is correct. The staff also has concern about it being a 6-bedroom house, which is many bedrooms for a 5,000 square feet lot.
Yeah. Yeah. Got it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. It is now about 8 minutes to 10. Can we move to giving the applicant the opportunity to do their presentation?
Yes, I have just promoted Sullivan Santos and Bill Herrera.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. How you doing?
Hi there.
I'm Sullivan, and this is the owner, Mr. Bill Herrera. And so I'm talking about the existing non-conforming that was done years ago. The garage was smaller now because of the staircase that was built to access the second floor. Now, the wall that's staying there when we take out the existing staircase is a load-bearing wall. And since we're just putting it back to where it used to be, the garage should stay at 17.6 because we need that to stay as a load-bearing wall. Otherwise, we'd have demo half of the house on the first floor. That would entail demolishing also the second floor, which is a lot of cost. Now, you were asking earlier about the non-conforming issue with the house. We are asking for the 1 foot allowance to align the kitchen wall with the garage. Now, we understand that that should be 5 feet, so we're missing 1 foot. Now, if you allow us that, here's what we're exceeding in floor area. The 0.9% is 180 square feet. So if we take out 180 square feet of the floor area, we will be within the 40% allowable square footage for the lot. That is what we need to take out. And we will take out one of the bedrooms, downstairs, because they do need a study room and stuff. We'll take out one of the bedrooms. So we'll have just 5, and then we will meet the required 2 car parking, which is already, like I said, an existing width, and it's a legal non-conforming when it was built. So if you allow us to maybe just keep the line of the garage wall to continue or not, we can reduce the 180 square feet and be within the allowed square footage for the lot.
You do have 10 minutes.
Oh, we're okay. And one adds, Bill?
No.
I'm nervous.
Don't
I
be
guess that's
nervous.
it. So that's our contention. I mean, if we need to take out the square footage, we're fine with that. It'd be nice if you allow us to continue the wall of the garage so that the wall lines up, which makes sense in construction practices. If not, if you could allow us, then we'll have, if not, then we need to bring it back a foot inside. And then we'll take out the 180 square feet. But it would be nice, please, if you'd allow us to just extend the wall of the garage, and we'll take out even more than 180 square feet, let's say 200 or so. Will be below the maximum allowable floor area.
Okay, well, thank you. Do we have any commissioners who have questions for the applicant? I don't see any hands up. So then I would believe this would be the time for closing of the public hearing. I'm going to ask staff to help me here. Do I have that right?
We still have to allow members of the public to speak. So if
Okay,
there's
do we
any-
have any? Yeah, I wasn't seeing any, but maybe you see more than I do. I'm sorry.
No, I just wanted to make sure that to call for if there's anyone in the audience that wanted to
All right.
Make a comment.
There are no hands raised in Zoom and no comments. Any comments?
I don't know what to do.
Wait, just wait.
I hear something in the background. I'm not sure if that's a public comment.
No, that was the applicant speaking. We could hear you.
Ah, okay.
So if there are no public speakers, you can close the public or ask the applicant if they want to make any closing remarks for a rebuttal.
Absolutely. Any closing remarks? I think you're muted. There you
Yes, like I said earlier, would like to work with the planning department, and if we need to take out the 180 square feet, or even more than that, we're fine with that. So we're within the 40% allowable square footage. But please maybe allow us to have the garage wall continue within the kitchen. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Then this would be the appropriate time to close public debate. Do I have a motion and a second?
Motion
So
to
moved.
close. Yeah.
Okay,
Motion to
who-
close the public hearing.
Okay, Commissioner Huang
Huang, yeah.
closed it. Who seconded that?
Second.
Harrow second.
And we can
Uh,
take a unanimous voice vote if everyone agrees to close public hearing. Everyone has a yes vote. You could just verbally say that.
Okay, all those in favor say yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you. Unanimous vote. Thank you.
Okay, so public debate is closed. And now we will go to deliberations of the Planning Commission. I'm looking for any hands. Commissioner Huang and then Commissioner Bhatnagar.
Oh, my hand is up. Okay. So actually, yeah, the garage, it's only 17 and 17 feet and 6 inches. I doubt it's for 2-car garage. So can you park 2 cars in the garage? This question is for the applicant.
Can we get some help on that?
Well, yes, like we said, hello, can you hear us?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said earlier, this was built and that was the original size of the garage. But when they did the addition in 2004, whenever for the second floor, they had to put the staircase in there so that they don't touch the living room space. But it is originally an approved size for that garage when it was built originally in 1955. So technically, we're just restoring it to the original condition as a non-conforming garage size.
Yeah, my question is, can you park 2 cars in the garage?
Yes, 2 smaller cars, of course.
Yes.
like 2 Civics or a smart car and even two Model 3 Teslas.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's move to Commissioner Bhatnagar. You're on mute.
Sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
I should lower my hand and unmute myself. That's an and function that's missing in the brain tonight, looks like. So the concern that I had was the planning department's appraisal here mentions that there were several objections raised by the 3 or 4 apparently letters of objections. So didn't quite get what the objections were all about. Were they aesthetic or were they more from a use perspective or whatever? One other point that staff has already made is even if the applicants conform to the required FAR, the issue here is that the house will be very big for its lot. And if that precedent is set, then other houses in similar lots will at least have that opening to build similar second stories and have large houses. I think it's up to the planning department and the city to really determine, is that something that is compatible with city norms and things like that? It looks like the answer is no. So that's a concern, that even if it manages to pass the FAR requirement and we allow the garage to be its original shape and size, there is still the concern that it is too big of a house for that lot size. And I've not seen much objections to that, but I think it's an important thing for us to remember. And for that reason, I will not be in favor.
I have the same issue. I have to remember to unmute myself. Thank you, Commissioner Bhatnagar. We have Commissioner Salam.
Yeah, you're not going to fit 2 cars in there, period. I was actually somewhat in favor of letting them just go back to the city and work on the other issues. But it's already too much house for the lot, and I don't see adding bedrooms as a solution. But I'm not the owner. Okay. Anyway, I'm not in favor of it either. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Commissioner Salam. I don't see any other hands, so I want to make these comments. I feel for the applicant, but this really is an awfully big house for the lot size. It's a little difficult for me to understand how 6 bedrooms and you could still survive with the garage that I really can't see 2 cars being parked in it. I know there have been non-conforming conditions in the past and there have been exceptions for good reasons, but I just don't see this as fitting in with the neighborhood. And for that reason, I can't approve the variance this time. If there are no other hands raised, I'm wondering if one of my fellow commissioners wants to make a motion.
Motion to accept the staff recommendation?
Would you want to adopt the staff recommendation? Are you talking about the one that says adopt a resolution denying the request for a variance?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, do I have a second on that?
Second.
And the second was by?
Commissioner Wang.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. With no further discussion visible, I think we can go to the vote.
Okay. Motion is to adopt the staff recommendation and Chair Biagini.
This is the adopting the resolution
Yeah,
denying the
The
request.
staff recommendation is to adopt a resolution denying the request for a variance.
I'm a yes. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Commissioner Hero,
Aye.
Commissioner Wang,
Yes.
Commissioner Casey,
Yes.
Commissioner Salam,
Yes.
Commissioner Bhatnagar.
Yes.
Thank you, and the motion passes.
Okay, hopefully the applicant can maybe relook at what the situation is after hearing the discussion and come back again. Would be up to them. And I believe, could staff help me with what appeal right might be?
Yes, so this action is final at Planning Commission unless there's an appeal to the City Council within 7 calendar days. The applicant also has the alternative, as he alluded, that he could meet the requirements, and then it would just go to the development and review hearing for consideration. They would not have to employ variances for the expansion, but it would still have to go through that process in order to consider approval of a second story. So that's still to be determined.
Thank you, Gloria. That moves us to the next item on the agenda, but let me first ask if there's no objections. I think we are nearing the end of our agenda. We are after 10. If there's no objections, would the commissioners like to continue? I'm guessing we can probably conclude in about 15 minutes. Comments from my colleagues?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Bhatnagar. Okay, let's keep going then.
So we can do it.
Okay. You got to take yourself off mute, Lance. All right, so reports of commission, board, liaison, and committee. Are there any announcements by staff or commissioners? Hearing none. How about the second item, commissioner travel and training reports or requests to attend trainings? Any commissioners, raise your hand. Commissioners, I see it. Commissioner Salam. Off mute.
I was going to help out staff a little bit and remind everybody to get their security training done. It's due tomorrow. Not like we have a lot of time to deal with it, but there it is.
Good point. And it doesn't take too long to do.
No, I wanted to give people a heads up. It's actually 2 steps. And I myself only did the first step, and the second step is super easy. Just don't forget to do the second step.
Uh-oh. Maybe I better go back and look. Do you get a report when we've completed it?
I think people find out when you don't complete it. Yes.
Well, I think I completed it, but I guess I'll be told if I haven't. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Salam. Any other travel training reports, or can we move on to Director of Community Development reports with the Planning Commission budget updates?
I have a request, Chair.
Yes, I'm sorry. Did I miss your hand? Commissioner Casey, please.
Thank you. So it's really hard to travel to planning commission planning conferences right now. So, and I believe that we still have money left. Well, it's in the new year. We have training budget. So maybe we need to hold a training for new commissioners on the basics of CEQA and the zoning and general plans and the nuts and bolts of planning. Maybe it's a good way to spend the budget.
I point well taken, Commissioner Ikezi, and I know the League of Cities in California does have that training academy every year. just for planning commissioners that covers that type of thing. Do we happen to know when the next one is going to be?
It's an annual conference, and I believe, wasn't it in March or April of this year?
I think it was in April.
Yeah, so it's annual. And, if you go to that website, I have sent the link to our new commissioners.
I'm
There is
looking at it right now.
a great deal of information on there. They
Yeah.
actually archive a lot of the trainings and presentations, so I highly recommend. I can send the link out again if anyone would like, but there's a great deal of information right there.
I also wanted to point out, and it's a timely point to make, that the California State APA, American Planning Association Conference, is being held in September. It's not in person, I don't believe. I feel like I saw an announcement that it's going to be all virtual. But yes, it says virtual conference, September 13th through the 15th. But they always have really good sessions, and it would be very timely for if folks are interested to take advantage of that.
Yeah, sure. Could you please send out the link?
Yes.
Please do.
That sounds really good. Thank you.
Now, a question on that, because I see that we will not, if people want to attend that, just want to make sure that we have the Planning Commission blesses, approves using funds, because I think that that conference will occur before the next Planning Commission meeting. So, I think maybe it could be a general sort of, if people want to take advantage, that, the commission could just make an action.
What if
you support it?
Like if we made a motion that said for those commissioners who are interested in attending the conference in the beginning of September, that we approve. I'm not sure how much money right now is in the budget.
It's $350 to attend. So it's, and obviously no travel costs.
Right.
So that's
Well,
certainly.
I'll move to pre-approve the funds expenditure for interested commissioners to attend that conference.
Second.
Does that help you, Commissioner? I guess you're patiently with your hand up.
I think she forgot. There she.
Oh, there we go. All right, so
Okay,
we
yeah.
do have a motion. Okay, thank you, Yuki. We have a motion and a second, and I see no other hands up, so I think it's ready for the vote. One would assume that that means staff will send us that information, and we will get back to staff at least a week before the start. I don't think, we don't want to jam them up the day before.
Yeah, we're coming up on the deadline, so.
So that means
Well,
ASAP.
It says early registration deadline, so you'll get a reduced rate if we register you by the 30th. But
Okay.
we can still, so that's ideal and the most sensible thing to do, but we still can register you later, if you are uncertain of your attendance until then.
I think we will all endeavor to give you a response before the 30th based on whatever link staff sends out to all of us.
There you go.
Okay,
So the motion is to approve funds we don't have a limit on the number of commissioners. So for commissioners to attend the APA conference. So we will.
Well, 7 or less.
Yeah, there won't be more than 7.
No other cities can take advantage of it for us.
Chair Biagini,
Yes.
Commissioner Hero,
Yes.
Commissioner Wang,
Yes.
Commissioner Casey,
Yes.
Commissioner Selene,
Yes.
Commissioner Bhatnagar.
Yes.
Thank you, and the motion passes.
And thank you, Commissioner Casey, for bringing that up, and Rena for reminding us.
Thank you.
So Planning Commission budget updates? Or did we just?
Gloria, there are no, just to fill in here, there are no new expenses. The balance remains at 16,252.
Thank you. Okay, no questions. We can move to upcoming agenda items.
Yeah, so sorry, this is Rena. I wanted to take the opportunity to, thank everyone. We reached out wanting to schedule some study sessions on the zoning code update. And we've taken that kind of whole task and process back, and we realized we actually need a little bit more time before we can bring that forward to the Planning Commission, as well as release the public draft. So the dates that we had floated to you all are ones that we're probably going to look out a month to 6 weeks from when we were anticipating. So they were going to begin in mid-September. So it's more likely mid-October, end of October. So it's not something we can kind of ask dates for now, but I just wanted, I think Elizabeth may have taken some stuff off people's calendars or will shortly, but just wanted to apologize for the inconvenience. I know it's always asking you all for your calendars, but that is a big body of work that is soon approaching the commission, is a redo, a comprehensive update, which we haven't done in this city since it was created in 1969. So that is a big work program for the commission. We want to have study sessions to provide you the in-depth kind of information. And then we do intend to have multiple hearings to bring that body of work forward to the commission. So you wouldn't be approving a brand new zoning code in one night, but probably in a series of 3 different hearings. So I just wanted you to know that that's on the horizon, have to push that out just a little bit further. But, you know, that's certainly something that we are going to have to come back and ask you for some dates, some meeting dates that aren't going to be calendared yet. So thank you for your patience. And then, of course, we have the form-based code joint study session on September 8th. And, you know, just getting these 3 bodies together, these 3 Brown Act bodies, the Planning Commission, the City Council, the Downtown Task Force, is no easy feat. And so just really appreciate everyone's effort to attend so that we can make sure we have quorum. And yeah, that's kind of all I have for now.
Well, just to add to that, a quorum is established. So
Right.
if anyone cannot make it for any reason, it is critical that you do let us know.
I changed my vacation.
I have a question. So are the study sessions for zoning codes going to be joint sessions, or are they going to be just for the Planning Commission?
They're just going
easier to schedule.
Yeah, they are just going to be for the Planning Commission, because quite frankly, we're going to go into a lot more detail with the Planning Commission on the things that you're all familiar with and you deal with daily. And the City Council isn't going to go into that level of detail, but probably the more controversial aspects or things that we know that we've been hearing from the public that they're going to hear feedback on. So it's probably going to be for the council at a different level than the Planning Commission, a lot more technical specifics.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rena. Moving to City Council actions. Staff?
Okay, just 2 meetings since your last time that you were together, and on the 7/13/2021 meeting, that was prior to the recess, the council considered policy 042, which was the reconsideration to place the exclusive negotiating agreement with Metropolitan Republic back on the agenda for the 500 South Benton Street property. And that did not get enough votes to pass. So that motion failed 3-3 after a long discussion. The other item that took place was there was a confirmation of new additions on new actions to achieve interim targets for the 2035 Climate Action Plan update that was approved 6-0. Let's see, there was also a study session on the Housing and Community Development Project Home Key. And then there was a study session on August 24th of, actually that's this Tuesday. There was a study session on homeless encampments and vehicle dwelling facilitated by the police department. Also a presentation by the housing division and our police department. to talk about this Project Home Key and potential solutions. There were consent calendar items. These were items approved without discussion, and this is action on Amendment 1 for agreement with House Keys. This is an administrative service for the below market rate purchase program, and also amendment to the consultants agreement for the Patrick Henry Drive specific plan. And let's see here, consent calendar that was pulled for items was the Freedom Circle area amendment number 2 and reimbursement agreement with Freedom Circle Venture LLC. That was continued to September 7th. And then Council Member Jane gave a presentation in support of starting the process to create a quiet zone in proximity to the Santa Clara Caltrain station and a half mile on either side of the station, but also and possibly other areas within the city. And that's it.
Thank you, Gloria. I think this would be the time to entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting until the September 22nd meeting. Do I hear one?
Moved.
Do I hear a second?
Seconded.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to adjourn till September 22nd. Why don't we all just do a voice vote? All those in favor say yes or aye. Aye.
Yes.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you all.
Stay safe.
Thank you. Good
Stay
night.
safe. Thanks, Steph.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.